about football in school? Are they teaching you about reality television in school? Are they teaching you
Of
about
course,
skip making in
of,
school? They don't
of
teach
course.
all that nonsense. They don't teach all
There's a
that nonsense
football
we
field
load
in,
up our head.
they have football fields in schools. They
Who
have
do you?
football fields in
No,
schools. They
no, they
teach
don't. No, they
football.
don't. No, they don't. The politicians then all ate up all that money. They don't have that in Nigeria. They barely have it in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Real quick though, real
May I
quick.
It's
say
just,
something?
it's just
Oh, go ahead.
theory. But
The problem that
but
we're
they,
the problem.
You
they don't teach all
talking
this.
right.
They don't
Hold,
teach all these. Go ahead.
Let Tuku speak, bro.
All right, just real quick. The problem that we're dealing with here is something called standpoint epistemology. Each of us are
All,
seeing the world. It's called standpoint epistemology. Each of us
all
view.
this,
God
all these
damn.
big PhD English that nobody be getting.
Hey, stop interrupting the man.
Let me just
Because
land.
You can go.
you're trying to bully somebody, Oga, and
No,
No,
I'm
let him
about
talk.
to shut you down. I'm
right,
about
right,
to shut you down
Oh,
because you're too
oh
loud.
yeah.
right, right.
Uh,
Each of us see the world through our own through our own cultural lens, through our own socioeconomic status, through our own tribal lens. There's many different things that contribute to your to how you see the world. So we're not all seeing the world from the same reference frame. Do you see what I'm saying?
Lens.
So some of us are, seeing us as permanent victims who can never get out from under white supremacy. Some of us are more comfortable. Some of us, are benefiting from the way things are. So you have to understand that we're not all a monolith seeing the world from the same reference frame. So that's where all this confusion. Go
Yeah,
well,
but my
you know,
problem is, look,
Solution.
look,
you're
this
responding
is,
to me, right?
this
Solution.
is, no, he's not,
He was talking to
that's
me.
general. That's a
Let me
general conversation he just spoke.
let,
You see me?
let him answer.
Just hold on, Olga, man. Just hold on, man. Damn, you on a bicycle or something? You sound energetic. Calm down, man. I'm, as I'm saying, listen, man. We our focus supposed to be Africa win. Africa a world power. So it don't matter if you have the major financial status or you don't have no financial status. All of us as black people need to protect Africa and guarantee Africa world status.
Right.
If that's
Simple.
supposed to be all of us goal. You feel me?
Goal.
But
That's right.
because none of us will be nowhere if Africa is defeated.
Correct.
right,
You
but
feel
I,
me?
as a
May
diasporan,
I
I
ask a question?
okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, you can go. You can go.
All
You
right,
can
I
go.
was
I'll
just
talk now.
as a
I mean,
diasporan, I, I
Kanye West. Hold on, Kanye West thought he was safe.
true. That's a good point. That's a very good point. But listen, like
I,
I have no levers of influence on the Nigerian government or how Nigeria is ran. You see what I'm saying? Like I spend most of my time outside of Nigeria. I visit when I'm there. It's like a month or two at the most. I don't live there full time. And for me personally, I don't see Nigeria is a fake country. I don't trust the leadership. I don't trust the institution.
Uh,
Trust
all
the
right,
government.
can I say this? Can I
I
say this to
uh,
you, outlaw?
I'll
Let me say this to you, outlaw. I respect you, Kuchu. All right. Let me say this to you as I do. You talking real humble, and I like that. You have to understand that all of our people are colonized. So don't look for don't look for righteousness and loyalty from our people. It has to be taught. So your job is to figure out ways and means to teach African loyalty, black consciousness to the children so they can grow up with a different mindset. Or else everything gonna go to shambles. Everybody's a thief. Everybody's a thief. Everybody's a con artist. Everybody love money more than their brother. So you have to get all of that out. If you don't get all of that out of the black community in general, and Nigeria in particular, we're done for. We're done for.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I
Solution.
ask? Can I ask? Icon? Not icon. Yeah, icon flyers.
Yeah,
But I know you see the progress being made. 50 years ago, there's no direct flight to Jamaica from Ghana or Nigeria or Kenya. You've seen somewhat of an advancement made. You
I see
see,
a big change. Big change.
Carrie Palm is sitting with the AU. The Africom Bank is coming to the Caribbean to invest. These are advancements. You see what I'm saying?
Nah,
Even in
nah,
agriculture, there's a lot of agriculture investment in Nigeria. So, what's your opinion on that, Icon?
nah. Are you right? I see. Listen, I've been in consciousness for a minute. The last 5 years is the biggest major impression on Africa and the black world in terms of positive stuff. You feel me? You have Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. They are they are a they are actually almost not a colony. They have put their position, they put themselves in a position where they are not a colony technically. Like Nigeria is a colony because it depends on who runs your country. That's how it becomes a colony right now. Um Tinubu is on the bribery by the US government, and he pays homage to Arabs. So that don't have Nigerians in anywhere. And it don't mention Nigerians. You feel me?
If foreign leaders
That's
control,
his law.
then how do you trust your government? It
So
doesn't
I
make
can't let me.
You can't.
Uh,
No,
okay,
hold
I
on,
can.
hold on. The
Okay,
government is the people, and the people is the government. So you can't trust the people either. You feel me? Take
so I can.
anyone, take almost any random Nigeria and replace him, Tinubu with him with Tinubu, Tinubu with him, and he'll do the same things. Or any, he'll practically do the same thing because a positive person is like a needle in a haystack. You feel me? In our world, in a colonized world, because the colonizer runs your school system and implements your curriculum. So he's trying to make you not smart.
So
He's
I
trying
can't.
to just educate you to be a workforce. Go ahead, sir.
No, I just want to piggyback on what you said, and that's why when you see when I get on the platforms and I'm very aggressive towards Africans, they're taking it personal as if I'm attacking them. And I'm not. You said something so profound. You said if Africa is not strong, right, that ultimately it will spell bad for all of us, whether it be the Africans who are taken to places like Iraq, the African diaspora in the Middle East, the African diaspora that was taken as far away as India, the African
Bro,
diaspora in
bro,
the Caribbean.
bro.
So wait, so I'm going to
You
show you
think
something. So,
hold on, you
so
think
I'm
if
going to
Africa was a world power, you think nobody could take that money from Kanye West?
No, they wouldn't because listen, let me show you this.
Oh,
Here's the thing. This is the reality. The average Nigerian, right? If you talk to them, like you said, if you replace Tinubu with the average Nigerian, nothing would change. Because as you said, the curriculum, how they're bred up. Right now, if you go to Nigeria, let me tell you the slang on the streets. The youth of Nigeria will tell you, school na scam. That's what they say. I'm going to translate for those who don't understand. They're
school is a
saying
scam.
school is a scam. That those who go to school are idiots. And why are they saying this? Because in Nigeria right now, if you choose to be a thug, a gangster, a criminal, a fraudster, and you make money, the society will celebrate you over those who chose to go to school and do things the right way. Doing the right thing does not pay. This is traced back to why my brother I Can't Fire was his lineage is in Jamaica, because doing the right thing during the time when we encountered the Portuguese and the Brazilians and the
Has no
Spaniards,
value to
they would
it didn't have no value.
exactly. So instead of the African elite to say, no, we're not engaging in this alleged trade, what we're going to do is we're going to take the informations and the system and the technology you have, and we're going to revamp it for ourselves. Even if the
And hold on, and
Benin,
this is how
hold
you
on,
could
let me
do it.
say it
And
like
this is
this. I know. I want to
One
show you this.
second, one
Even
second. That
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
technology that you're talking about, that what you're
Yeah.
talking about, Africans could do it if they understood leverage and if they understood real loyalty. If you mean because white
Yes.
people
But I
wanted
can
gold.
the problem.
They
Let me show
wanted
you the problem.
gold and food. So
But I can let
what
me end. I can
Africans could have done? Hold on one second. Yes, I'm saying what Africans could have done is exchange gold for everything. So they could even say to white people, "We will give you gold. You send a couple engineers, and we build houses that look like your
but
houses
difference. I can
over there."
the
But
Europeans
they did,
from the Pope, they had to. I agree with you. That's if there was real free and fair trade. The Europeans were under instructions not to
yes,
give Africans
yes,
those
yes, yes.
technologies. They were told by their
Then
brain
you
trust.
find
That's
a
why
way
you
around it, man. You don't
let me
make
wait.
us
Oh my
trillion
God, brother, let
excuses.
me land, man.
May I
Let me
say
land.
Y'all
something?
was
God,
talking real
why?
good until you
Wait,
just
let
skid
me
off right
land. Let
now.
me
No,
land.
he
You
right.
criticize
He
me.
right.
Let me
He
land.
right. He
Let
right.
me land. You
You right.
criticize me.
Yes,
I
him up.
get it. I'm making excuses. Africans, I get it. Listen,
Yes, them
the
up. You
A
right. The
trillion
Pope, the
excuses.
Pope,
I,
the
listen.
Pope
I
of
can.
Portugal, the Pope of Portugal, blessed them,
1,000 years ago, y'all still bringing it up
and
today.
I can. Look at this. I can. Let me show you something. So right now, how can any African, right? When we have a system today, how can any African, the average Nigerian, if you talk to them and say, listen, let's make Africa strong. They're not looking to make Africa strong for her people. The Africans on the continent, the way they're taught, they don't even see the talent and the human resources that you can pull from Jamaica, that you can pull from Trinidad, you can pull from Grenada. They're not seeing any of those things. What they're seeing in their worldview is, I just want to make some money so I can be a big man, so I can live in a mansion in Lekki or Abuja and
yeah,
drink
and
juice,
hold up
eat jello
and
rice, and
show
go
off,
to
and hold
and show
on
women.
and show
That's
off
it,
and show off and talk down on his brothers and sisters.
brother.
That's what they
That's
want
it.
to do.
So
May I
so
say
And
when
that
you
something? May
have
I
includes the
say
this
something?
type,
diaspora as well.
so one can. I mean, I said one can. Sorry, pardon me, brother. So I can't. So because I just saw a can of Coke. Pardon me. So I can't. When you see this, the mentality of what we're dealing with. That's why I told IC3. I said, brother, listen, you're a smart guy. I want you to come to Africa with people who are serious and get your own local ecosystem whereby,
Yeah,
listen, I'm giving everybody free game. You can go to Nigeria, you can go to any part of Africa right now, get land cheap and start producing things cheaply, such as the Q-tips, toothpicks. You can make the chairs, the plastic chairs. We don't need to keep importing from China. We can make these things. There's
yeah,
so much
you're right.
junk in Nigeria. You can recollect that plastic, melt it down, turn them into plastic chairs, and sell them to the local population. You can turn
I
those
want to tell
plastic
you something
bricks
again.
to real.
Gas them up. Gas them up. Let me
Yes,
ask you a
them up.
quick
Can
question.
I ask a question,
Let, let
Leon?
me let me
I,
let me
I
ask him a
gi-
quick question about this. Why isn't anybody in the diaspora doing what you just said right now? Nobody at all.
The
there are,
reason is
but it's
simple. There
small.
are people in the diaspora. Here's the problem. The reality on ground right
No.
now. Listen, okay, let me answer you. You asked the question. Let me, because I listen. I'm on the ground in the in Nigeria, right? For example, I opened up my business. The first thing that happened after like a month of the people came out of nowhere knocking on my door and they said, "Hey, you got to pay us for the sign. To put your sign, you got to pay us." Right? I said,
Extortion.
"Hey." I said, "Okay." Then they came and they said,
Extortion.
"Yo, you got to pay us for collecting the garbage." I said, "Okay, no problem." The issue on the ground is not only do you have a lot of impediments to commercial activity, you also have the problem
No, to
of the
black people. Hold on. Wait. To black people, you need to say that. You need to
yes,
say that.
they don't do that to the Lebanese and the Indians who
To
bribe
black
and the
people.
Chinese. Yes, they do it to their own black people. So
That's
what I'm
not.
saying is that the other problem is most people still want to take their currency out of Nigeria and do what and get foreign currency. I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of
That's not
game
the
about
issue.
myself. Right? So wait, listen. Pulling out your money in naira becomes very difficult because of the weak naira. Like now, if you come in with let's say $20,000, the naira right now is at 1640 or 1670 a dollar, depending on who you go to. in another 2 months, the trajectory of the naira, if things don't change, that 1640 will probably be 18 something. So now you've already lost money because of the loss of the currency value. You've lost money when you want to pull out. But
Uh,
here's the thing.
um,
With that said, I'll give you guys some free game once again. I have made the most of my money in the Nigerian stock market. Literally, I'll give you guys one company that I have exploded. And by the way, it's not financial advice. Do not listen to gas. If you invest in the Nigerian stock market, please talk to your financial advisor. I don't want nobody to come after me. But there's a company, for example, called MTN. Right now, they're not doing so great in terms of their price. They faced a lot of issues. But for the last 10 years, MTN has paid me dividends, and I've actually grown 90% with just MTN stock alone. My Nigerian equities portfolio is through the roof. My point is this, is that you can do great business in Nigeria. It cannot be done by yourself. Africans have to learn to consume African products. We have to stop letting our place be a dumping ground for Chinese and Western products. We have to make
bro.
ourselves. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say this to you about the money. The people in Nigeria think it's the government that's deteriorating the dollar, and that's because of their I'd say naivety. I was gonna say stupidity, because uh, they don't know that the money has no value without them. You understand? The money, any country's money, it don't have no value without the people.
Without the people. Exactly.
It,
I'm gonna
it,
leave you because I'm gonna
it,
go. I
it-
gotta go, but I'm gonna leave you with
so,
this. And I you were there when I
Okay.
told
so
you
if
this.
the people,
Um,
want other money, that's how their money
is
becomes
not valid.
valueless.
So let me show you. Let me end with this. Once again, I'm gonna show
Yeah.
you guys. The United States right now spends 169 billion roughly on their pets every year. 160 something billion. Most of that is dogs, right? There's some cat lovers out there, but majority of them are dogs. Go on any YouTube channel right now. I want all of you in the comment section. Don't be emotional. Go on these YouTube channels. Type in pet dog training, dog dinner, dog diet, United States training pets. See what these dogs in America are eating. See the choice meats. See the chunk, the beef roast, the shoulder, all the things.
What's wrong with that, Esma? What is
Hold on,
wrong with
wait,
that?
listen, IC3, listen. See what these dogs are eating, and ask yourself that the Nigerian budget right now
Do you
is
have a
$30
video
billion.
you can show us?
Listen, hold on. What'd you say, Kaizo?
Do you have a video you can show us?
I think I sent it to you on the thing the last time, but if you just type in dog diet United States, like feeding my dogs chicken, just type in feeding my dog chicken, you'll see dogs eating whole chickens, right? You can put in
Okay.
feeding
And
my
just
pit
before you
bulls.
finish, yeah, just before you finish, let
So
me 1 second, guys. Let me just shout out to the sponsor of the stream quick. Shout out for $50 for kicking out Icon Fire over there. If anyone wants to save him, you know what to do. Go ahead.
man, that's cold-blooded. They kicked out I Can't Fire. Shout out to my brother I Can't Fire. But listen, I'm gonna go for they throw me out too, because this is how y'all get down on these platforms. But listen, they are, if you type it in, show it Kazo, they're feeding these dogs very good food. Nigeria's budget is 30 billion and it's at a budget deficit, right? So what again is that telling us? That is telling us that if you were at the precipice of trying to come into this planet to choose in which being or which form you want to be in, you are better off coming as a dog for a Mzungu in America than to come through the vagina of an
That's
African
that's
woman.
BS.
That
That's
is the
Actually, but
BS.
that's
reality.
BS because
And
there's
so,
people in America
and
that's
so,
No,
not eating
man,
this
this
prime
you see
steak,
this
man. There's people in
mentality I'm
America that
talking
eat
about.
prime
let me
steak.
finish. Let me finish,
No,
please.
you're
And
wrong, man.
so, until
You're
let me
wrong.
land. You don't mind. I could be wrong. You guys,
You are
you get at me.
completely wrong.
So let me finish, and then you can
A,
tell me
a
I'm wrong.
dog don't even have
Let me
any
finish.
choice. He just
Let me
be
finish.
eating what they give
Sir,
him.
can I finish? Let me finish, and you
A
can
dog
respond.
is practically a
So
slave,
can I
man.
finish, dude? It's not that hard to let me finish, and you can respond. So my point is that at the end of the day, we Africans have and must do something about this. And if we are still in the mentality of being big men instead of being big boys instead of being men to fix our country and stand up for what's right and do the right thing, then I have nothing else to say. I'll stop talking. Shout out to Kaizo, shout out to people on the stream, but we got to get our acts together. That's all I want.
Yo, Gas, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm about to log off. What you want to
Yeah,
tell me,
I
brother?
want to because what your statement was crazy because there's white people here in America that's not eating prime steak and prime food here in America. There's a lot of people that's not doing that. You taking an elite dog of America and say they're eating prime time food and the Nigerian isn't. That's crazy. But even with your main
Am
point
I
that you
wrong?
hit,
Is that a wrong
well,
example?
why do so much people here in America support Trump? Is because Trump is viewed as a guy who's going to try to challenge the elites for the common person. That means the common person is not eating this prime food that you're talking about.
No, but I'm not saying, listen, once again, I am saying that in the United States of America, that there are dogs who are eating better than some of our middle class Africans. They get
and
choice.
they're also eating better than the common American, some of these dogs.
I'm not listen, I'm not arguing whether they are eating better than the common American or not. I'm saying I don't care about the common American. I'm saying as African men, don't get mad at Gas. Say, yo, you know what? I don't like what he said, but I'm gonna give my last drop of blood to make sure my family's good and add something to the world to change it. Why is it easy? It's easier to say, yo, Gas, you wrong. I hate you. I don't like what you said. Than to say, yo, you know what? Let's make sure that, every dinner table that the African child can have a nice piece of roasted turkey. Not only Tinubu and the ones hiding in the estates freaking drinking La Casera and Five Alive and jollof rice all day.
But
Why
you
is that
said,
not the response? Why is
what
it
you
easier
said,
to attack Gas?
yeah. But what you said was that it was better. We understand that, but once you start saying it's better to be like a animal than a human being, I mean that's where you lose everybody.
Yeah, it's a bit
No,
strong.
I'm not losing them. I'm saying,
You
listen,
said
I
it's
didn't
better
say
to be an animal in America than to be a human being in Nigeria.
I said if you
What
have
kind of
to.
example is that?
No,
Yeah.
it's a fucked up example, but it's a reality. There are people
That's
in
what you're gonna choose, but people don't
let me
won't
sound
choose
like
that.
Trump. Let me sound like Trump. They're eating the dogs and the mud babies and the mud pies.
Okay.
That's another
Because
fake news, man.
they're
No, that's
eating
BS
because,
too, man.
right? I know it's
That's
BS.
BS, man.
I
That's
know it is.
BS.
It's
It
not
It
is
is
good.
that
BS.
if you
Not good
guys
optics.
are not alarmed, if you're not alarmed by the fact that as of right now today, with the policies of Ruto and Tinubu, that the average dog in America is eating better than the average child, whether middle class or
How
poor, in Kenya or Nigeria, that's a
Just
that's
problem. Why get
that's
mad at me? Why not fight
how
that?
many wait, how we know that, but how many but what the picture you're painting is not entirely correct. Like how many homeless people do you have in America, man? How many people that like
I'm
don't have
not
basic
talking
health care
about
in America?
America. I'm
You
not
just
talking.
did.
Why are you guys talking about America? I said
You're talking
dogs in
about
America,
dogs in America.
and I said Africans. So again, here's my problem. When I criticize Africans, I would like for you guys to say
That
one or two things. It's easier. Why don't you guys just say, yo, you know what, Gas? I hate your guts. I hate your family. Your mother's a lesbian. But guess what? I want to really do my best to take care of my
goes
family,
for
and hopefully, in the course of doing that, I can
still disagree.
alleviate some of what you said. Why is that not the response? Just do that response as opposed
Can
to
I
say,
ask you a
no,
question, Gas?
there's people in
Can I say
America.
something? Can I
There's
say
homeless people in Britain. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? It
okay,
doesn't matter. Let's all fight to make sure we have all Africans eating good. I don't give a fuck about no Americans. Fuck them. I want all Africans to eat choice meats and to fucking be
But
healthy
but
and eat the best
but
food. That's
Gas,
what we should want too. Why is that so hard for y'all?
human
but
history.
how do you
you know
solve a
there
problem?
are
Go ahead,
Africans
Marco,
in
what you
America, man. Like you're not chewing your words before you speak. And that's a misappropriation
That
of
was a
priorities.
person.
If adults can get all that kind of food, and you got so many homeless people, even people dying of hunger in America, that's a misappropriation. That shows you that the society is not
Yeah,
even putting the humans where
hold
it's
on.
supposed to
Let's
be,
who speak after
which
you.
is one of the general problems we have in America. So we understand what you're saying. We know about that. We know about the healthcare and that pets and stuff get. But It's some of your examples, man. You just
But
you saying something like anything
imagine
to make a
comparing the
point.
richest. Imagine comparing the richest country in human history with the world reserve currency to Nigeria, and comparing the outcomes of the people in these two different economies, these two different structures, and saying that. Okay, so I have to make Nigeria the richest country in the world with the world reserve currency in order to have the same outcome. I don't. What am I meant to do with that information?
But sir, once again,
Yeah,
I'm not. Hold on, let me respond to him. Once again, sir, at the end of the day, we are not me, but it's the same Nigerians and Africans who come on these platforms and say Nigeria could be the richest country. We have all the resources. Our oil reserves alone make us arguably one of the richest countries in the world. So we can't have it both ways. We can't have it on one hand. We have all these oil reserves, which are in the Niger Delta, my people, and we don't get shit from it. But we can't say we have all these oil reserves as Nigerians. We have all this lithium and all this bauxite and all these minerals and commodities. But then when I challenge us to monetize them so that our people can eat better than the dogs of America, everybody gets mad. We can't have it both ways.
nobody's
Which
getting
one?
mad at
But,
that. No, that's
but may I ask a
no.
question?
You
So
see, it's
how
like
can
you
you
just
monetize them? How can
you just crying victim, man. It's nobody's saying that, man.
Yeah.
Like you make,
I
now you're
see
making
Keith,
a
I'm gonna ask
different
you and
point
you ask a
and saying
question.
that we're chastising you for that. You didn't say take
I'm gonna ask
advantage
you
of
and
the
you ask a
resources and
question
all that stuff.
because
question?
I feel like both to all you guys, even Olga, uh, the fact is we have certain things that are moving in the right direction. How do we better maximize them? Because we have more banking, we have more people talking about agriculture, we have Gasm up talking about how do we scale up local production. I personally believe that we should utilize the churches in the African cultural centers in Africa, Haiti, Jamaica, and Africa America to unify us and coordinate business initiatives and investment. What do you guys say to that? Because I feel like our
Yeah,
biggest issue is lack of
I think
coordination.
yeah,
yeah,
the
yeah.
investment. You got to sort out the currency first. Got to sort out currency issues first, and then then you can go on to all these different things. So
But I
if
see too.
if you're just working hard to get
You, uh,
money, what
you
money
hear
are you
that being
talking
talked
about?
about in the AU though. The AU is talking about currency changing and
Forget the
creating
AU, man.
blocks.
They're not serious.
They're
But
moving
that's
in
a
the right
joke
direction.
over
Did
there.
you hear the recent? Did you hear the recent
You're
interview of the
not
foreign
focusing on
minister of Nigeria
actions.
on DW?
You're not
The foreign
focusing
minister.
on actions. You're not
Repeat that.
focusing on actions. Forget what they're
Well, hold
talking.
on,
Look at what
gentlemen,
they're doing.
listen, brother. You see, my difference is this, right, brother? I already told you, my Haitian brother, that yes, the African governments are doing some great things, like the Sahel Alliance. Ironically, they're literally using the same territory that the ancient Songhai, Ghana, and Malian empires once occupied. So, in a weird, strange
True.
parallel
True.
universe, they're coming back, right? I'm not mad at that. I'm not talking of governmental or state policies. As Chuku said, I don't have any play in that game. I don't have a dog in that fight. I just gave y'all people game. Go to Africa. Chuku
No,
knows
but
this already. Get some land. Hold on,
gas.
hold on. Let me repeat
What
it
about the
again.
churches and the African institutions that we can utilize?
Hold on, let me tell this, my Haitian brother. Find some Africans that you really rock with, that you trust, get some land, and start doing some small scale manufacturing that the African, you can compete with the cheap Chinese imports and you can sell. Dangote became a billionaire selling cement, spaghetti, sugar, and fucking noodles. Literally, that's how he became worth $1 billion in Naira. So what I'm saying is, let's do the same thing on a small scale as entrepreneurs, because that's what we can do. But let's do it together as solid entrepreneurs without cheating each other and without the BS. Find an African that you rock with and go do that. I don't need anybody to tell me that the African states are trying their, yeah, they're doing some things. I'm not mad at them, and I don't really care about what those African states are doing. I'm
No, but
talking about,
gas, you're missing my question. I'm talking about
What?
the
yeah,
churches and African cultural
What?
institutes. Do you feel
No,
that they
no,
should be used to unify and coordinate black people throughout the diaspora in Africa?
well, you see, all these things you're talking about. If you don't got any money and with direction, you're not putting any money behind what you're saying. Nothing's gonna work.
But one quick
So
question.
you gotta have the finances and all this stuff. To be even build churches take finances to talk
True.
to them, to lobby the politicians. This 26
No, but
billion that we're
churches already
spending,
exist. Churches already exist.
they're not,
These
they're
are
not, they're not.
institutions that we are not utilizing to educate our
No,
kids, to promote morals like we used to. They already exist in
Well,
America, Africa, Haiti, Jamaica.
yeah, but you
African
see, they're
virtual
doing,
services already exist.
but
One
they're not
question for
good enough,
Gaston.
man.
Which is
One
easier, to make money or to move the currency, the value of a currency?
Gentlemen, we cannot control the currency. Our government, listen, somebody already said we have
I agree with
PhDs.
you, Gas. I agree. I agree.
They've already told, listen,
Are
the
you sure?
government, hold on, listen. Tinubu right now knows he's
No,
down with,
no.
listen, Tinubu is down with a Lebanese dude named Chagari or Chagri. He's down with the Lebanese faction. They're down with Comey and the FBI and the Clintons. Tinubu has already pledged his allegiance. He's not going to tie Nigeria to a basket of commodities to fix the Nigerian economy's currency to be stronger. We cannot fix that. What we can do, once again, forget these large institutions. We cannot win. All we can do, like I'm saying, come back and help manufacturing on a modular level. If you have some of the capital, come build a modular refinery. But come and do some manufacturing. You can make Q-tips. You can make freaking toothpicks. You can make T-shirts. You can do all these things right now in Nigeria before the Muzungu and before Tinubu's administration makes it so difficult for foreigners to come in. Come and do that. Like, listen, forget these large scale, we are overcoming kumbaya, my lord movements. It's not going to happen. They're going to thwart us every chance they get. The IMF is going
Okay.
to shoot them down. They're going to send some
I,
pretty white girl with a big
All right,
booty.
all right,
Who's
so
gonna,
this stuff, man, this stuff, man.
listen,
You're over here
this is going to happen.
discouraging.
They're going to send,
No,
listen,
man, here we go. You
they're
see,
going to send
eternal
a
victim
pretty
wait,
syndrome,
white
man.
girl that wants
Gaston,
You can't
world
be
peace,
discouraging
and all
anybody.
you
Hold,
are going to
hold
jump
on,
in the
just a
Humvee,
moment.
big booty, and say she don't think white, she think
Hold,
black, and
hold
you
on, hold on, hold on. Hold
Gaston,
on,
forget about it.
as an
And let's
hold
come
American,
down
on,
to build something
hold
solid
on.
that
right?
people can work with, and you start small and then we grow from there.
But Gaston,
That's
look,
what we can do.
Gaston,
Okay, but
real
okay,
quick, real
but
quick. Let me just say something real quick. As an American citizen, I do have business interests in Nigeria, but I have to pay taxes to the American IRS on my capital gains in Nigeria. So the more I build in Nigeria, the more taxes I pay to the U.S. government. How am I benefiting Nigeria?
Well, Chuku, shout out to you, my
hold,
brother. And
hold,
I know,
hold on, hold
hold on,
on, hold on. Gas them up. You're not gonna answer every question. Hold on.
I know, sorry, no,
Chill
I'm
a
gonna
bit.
tell
Uh,
him. Let me give him this information.
uh,
Chuku, listen, look, this is what
uh,
you got to do. You got to
you
look
can
at
respond
how
after me.
companies. Okay, let me just tell Chuku, if you don't mind, brother, please. Chuku, listen, this is what you got to do. Look at companies like IKEA. Look at how some of the larger companies structure their business entities. I'm sure you know all about this, but if you, for example, set up things like a not-for-profit, if you use C Corps and S Corps properly and you structure them in the right way and certain trust, you can effectively, reduce your tax obligation. I'm not going to say tax avoidance because that's illegal. And as a fiduciary, I cannot say that publicly. But you can structure your company in such a way that your tax liabilities are minimized. If you understand what I'm saying, you get the right type of attorneys that are familiar with things like moving assets from the Cayman Islands and structuring things a certain way. You will not have that worry of tax liabilities. As a matter of fact, Nigeria, Lekki has the free trade zone. You set up a small mom and pop shop in Lekki, you're in the free trade zone. That's all I'm saying. So it's not advice, but you're a smart guy. You already know what to do. Meet with the right people. They'll structure you in the right way. You don't have to worry about any of that. But I didn't mean to cut you off, boss.
Yeah, and additionally to that, I have 2 points. One, black people, we got to learn how to pay for information because we want to do everything off the dome of the head or what we look online. It's a difference between that and a consultant. You can get a consultant in pretty much any field you're going to, you want to go into, or you want advice in. Even if it's basic things like just dealing with law enforcement, you have licensed professionals everywhere. You can even just type it on YouTube, and you can start from there. But you really have to pay for information, whatever it is you're trying to learn. And a lot of stuff black people try to do. We don't like to pay. We don't like bringing out of money for stuff that matter. There's all this nonsense stuff on showboat. That's when we waste our money. So you got to spend your money on what you're
Wait,
doing. And then
oh God,
additionally,
I'm sorry. I was gonna ask you
hold
a
on. And
question
then
because
additionally,
all right.
yeah, additionally, and more importantly, you're talking about going to Nigeria and doing all this stuff. What are you doing in America, man? In the hoods, are you doing it? You got any business set up there, or you want to abandon those opportunities so every other non-black person will eat them up. You should be looking at how you can start something in the hoods that you grew up in, or the hoods that in America. That's the cheapest place, and that even you can have even more bigger impact there. Start from there.
Yeah,
Employ black people in the hood, and then you learn use that experience, and you build off from there. So don't be
yeah,
looking in Nigeria all these opportunities here, while the same place you grew up in, all the whole city layout. You don't want to set up a basic shop there with all the advantages of setting up shop in America. Start with America first, then you have the money to go to other places. So yeah.
true, true. Business is more
I'm,
profitable in America. That's a fact.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And don't be looking. Oh, sorry, sir. My bad. One more point. And like some of us, you were talking about the taxes and stuff like that. And because of the taxes, if you have a business in Nigeria or something, then you might not be paying so much taxes and stuff like that. Man, it's a way to solve every problem. You don't have family members. You don't have an old grandma. You don't have somebody you can trust to take care of that. Man, you use your brain, man. You get all these things sorted out. So it's solutions to every issue, every problem. But are you going to get up
I'm not.
and start working to get it?
I'm not
That's the
complaining.
thing.
I'm just describing the challenges that you face as an American citizen running a business in Nigeria. You have to pay taxes, and not paying your taxes is a federal crime. So you have to be very careful how you do your paperwork. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I just told you how
I,
to do it. And
I
even
was
then,
gonna add something. Can I add something? Because I think yeah, guys are kind of hitting off a lot of points of which I am trying to address, but I think it started with IC3. I think he said something along the lines that two priests went into China to learn the silk trade. I feel like religion, whether it's traditional religion as well as the modern Christian, whatever religion, they play a great role in the development of Black people. Even for how far we got thus far, I think to push forward, they also will be the institution to get rid of the mentality of the schools are scam mentality, or we can't do it. Whether it's here in America, African American churches and African churches need to coordinate and work together with Asian churches to do investment in America. Whether it's Africa, they can do the same thing, scale up and bridge back with those guys, with African traditionalists, African cultural centers, African churches to push the envelope. Yes, mama. But we're not really utilizing the institutions that we already have to reform us. You see what I'm saying? IC3 says
you're
that the
right.
European utilize. I'm sorry. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
IC3,
It's not.
yeah, go ahead, my fault.
Yeah, take care of your baby, man. So it's not just church. It's every. Don't be over fixated on one institution. That if we get politics right, everything will be solved. If we get business right, money right, everything will be solved. If we get the religion right, everything will be solved. It's not one or education. It's all of them at once. That's what every people do to be successful. Don't focus on one. Focus on how you can be fixated on all of them, not just one. All these things
Yeah,
together
but
will make the things
which
start
one
moving.
which one do you have more control over? Which one do you have more
All of
control or
them,
influence?
all of them. Don't you? All of you don't leave anything on the table. You focus on all of them. Find ways to focus on all of them. All of them. That's what your mentality should be. Now, maybe you're specialized on one particular area, but still, you still gotta find out. You still gotta see how you can influence other areas. That's business. That's politics. That's how you move forward as a person and stuff, as a group.
But real quick, as a businessman, a weak naira does make it beneficial if you're buying goods in Nigeria as an American. So it's not all bad, but I think the Nigerian economy is structured to benefit people outside of Nigeria. It should it shouldn't be that way. It should benefit more the people in Nigeria.
Yeah, yeah. Let
The
me let me
truth,
let me let me
the
let me
world, the
let me
world is
end.
set up that way. The world is
Let,
set
let me
up that
let,
way, though.
yeah. Let
It's
me
built
end.
towards the west. The markets are.
Let, yeah, I wanna end my point and go do some other stuff. Well, to conclude, what I have to say is this: is that one, us in the diaspora, a lot of black men in the diaspora, they're not business minded, they're not marriage minded, they're not morally, they're not minded morally. And in terms of like the general output is extremely low. You have all these every other race come into foreign lands and out hustling us, even politically. even socially. And our mentality is if we can just go and use let me use the term quote unquote floss, that's the end. So I mean, if we build a big house or we build all this BS nonsense, that doesn't matter. Your whatever the money you make should be impacting those around you. That's how you should move forward. So I would say every to black man listening, get involved, man. Get involved in your church. Get involved in your go back to school. Forget these low wage jobs, man. All those low wage jobs that's not those are slowly being phased out. The way the world is moving now is the skills, your education, your PhDs, and like even it's a mentality of just like anti all that stuff, but that's really what it takes to move ahead. So the more you learn, the more the more you're gonna grow. So we need to focus on those things, and again, step outside and get involved. Wherever you live, get out, step outside and get involved. It doesn't matter where you live, get out and get involved, and we'll go from there. And this eternal victim complex, man, is coming to an end. We're tired of hearing it about eternal victim. Oh, the two this, the two that. If let's say the agents had a mentality, would they be where they are today? No, you do what you can do, and you still figure out how to move forward despite the obstacle. That's how this world is. So I'm gonna leave it to y'all. Y'all do the rest.
I see through you gone. Everybody left. All right, man. God bless. Salute to the chat. Salute to everybody. Go late.
I'm here. I'm
Oh,
here.
okay.
Just typing
Oh,
something.
okay. Yeah. I was going to ask you your opinion on these things. I see you quiet.
Yeah. 1 second. I was just typing. Yeah, how I see the solution is that I mean, already put the question in the chat. You know, working hard is so you got a certain amount of resources, you got a certain amount of time, and you got limited time, limited resources. So with your limited time and resources, is it best to use the limited time and resources that you have to accumulate dollars to get as many US dollars as possible? Or is it to use that same amount of limited time and resources that you have to raise the value of the naira, for example? So, as a Nigerian, or if you now, should a Nigerian be using? Should Nigerians be using their resources to capture as many US dollars as possible, or should they be using their limited time and resources to raise the value of the naira? Which would have a greater impact on the Nigerian life? I'm
I,
going
th-
to
I
ask.
think I think I
Go
think
on.
it's local investment though. I think if you invest in agriculture, education, malls, markets, stuff like that, um, that will increase the local share and people have an opportunity to shop locally and stay in the country. If you're raising the money and you're importing goods, you're buying Louis, you're buying this, you're buying that, you're not going to raise the naira because most of the stuff you're buying is imported. The more you buy locally, the more you support Innocence, Nord, stuff like that, is the more you can create local jobs, which the dollar can circulate better. That's the rudiment of the issues in countries like Nigeria, Haiti. They start to become like imported, even African Americans. Their community became an imported kind of community from other groups versus locally. They have their own stores, they have their own this, they have their own that.
All
Even
right.
though in
So,
Haiti and
let's break
Nigeria,
that down. Let's break that down. So, are you saying that we'll just use Nigeria as an example? Are you saying that Nigeria should produce more of their own goods so that they can circulate the dollar more effectively within the economy?
yes, yes,
Is that what
yes.
you're saying?
Not only locally, they were their neighboring throughout all of ECOWAS. So they should be making local goods with the idea to capitalize on the all of EcoWatt's market. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so
So if you create
hold it there.
cars, yeah,
Okay, so let's break this down because there's a number of things here. So there's Vision 1, which I think is what you're saying. Vision 1, focus on production. Why? Because if you produce more, then you can sell more to the open market, hopefully, or you can sell more to the external market and sell more to the internal market, and therefore get more dollars, and then those dollars will circulate within Africa and develop that
Nigeria,
way.
yeah, Nigeria,
Develop
exactly.
Nigeria. Okay. So I'd like to take a position against that, and let's see where this goes.
Why?
Yeah. Okay. Let's look at this. So I'm saying, I think your position is the most popular position. I think most people would agree with you. Let's be productive. Let's produce and sell, and then what we're selling, then we get more dollars, and then we develop. Okay, I understand that model. Get the dollars. I am of the firm belief that the more dollars you get, and the getting of dollars actually degenerates Black African society. It actually degenerates the Africa itself. The push for getting dollars is self-destructive. It
No, but
appears to be
I'm talking
development.
about.
Go on then. Go
But I'm
on.
not talking about like your target should be the international market. Your target should be the local market. I think it's the problem is we try to create products for the international market, which the international market shortball us some money. So we end up working 10 times hard to produce for the international market rather than our own nations and our own neighbors. I think that's what hurt us. When we try to create crash crops and we ignore the fact that there may be a famine in Somalia, when we can just kind of create a mass production to produce goods for Somali when they have a drought. We're not thinking
Right.
like that. We're thinking about Europe. We're thinking about America. We're thinking
Right.
about
Right.
Australia, which means that they might even shortball you on the price. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So at the end of the
Yeah.
day, we're not thinking self. We're thinking more globally, and the global market is trying to shortball Africa to maintain their prices and they maintain their power, which is
Okay.
why
So
I agree with gas. Go ahead. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Okay. All right. So therefore, produce more within Africa and sell more within the African market. But what currency would you use to do that? Producing for Africa and selling within the African market, not worrying about the West. What currency would you think would be best for that?
You got to use whatever you can at the moment and then slowly push it towards your own currency. You know what I mean? You can't just try to aggressively change the currency like Gaston was saying because the global market is set for the advantage of the European. They're going to view that as a threat. That's one of the reasons why China kind of keeps they kept their dollar as is until it became more of a greater advantage for them that the West was like, hey, you got to raise your dollar value because at the end of the day, the West is trying to manipulate things to their own benefit. You have to create a strategy where you create your own chess moves. Because I look at life a little bit like it's chess. You have to do chess moves in order to
Yeah.
protect and preserve your own people. And that's what a lot of these African nations doing. That's why I see them going to America, and I also see them going to Russia. I see them going to China. And when the West asks why they're going, they tell them we have our own interests. They're not really kissing the West ass to say, oh no, we can't do ABC. They're searching their own way out of the hole, and I applaud them for that. You know, I feel like a lot of us don't applaud them because I guess it's going too slow. But we have to realize the global market, is set to the advantage of the Europeans. So the Europeans not going to just give you up his market share or give you pension
Yeah.
because the pension was created for his own people. It's not created for you as a black person. So
Right.
he wants you to. Some of us that are already in the West, we have these things because we're already in the West. He's not
Yeah.
trying to help all Black people. This is why I feel like we should utilize what we have to assist our own and to invest. Utilize the church, utilize the African cultural centers, the traditional cultural centers, and they coordinate to create new lanes in America for Black
Okay. So
Americans,
what's the
for
best?
Haitians,
So let's
Jamaicans,
slow
and
this down.
Africans, and Nigerians,
Let's slow this down.
Sorry.
Okay. Utilize. You said utilize what we have to invest. So
Yes.
talk about this investment. Then what do you mean? Invest in what and how?
So in America alone, there's billions of dollars, trillions even, that's passing through the Black American hand that's going to other groups of communities. If they was to organize at least 10% of that money and reinvest it in Black America, you'll see a change in wealth. If they utilize another 10% and invest it in different parts of the Black world, you'll see even more wealth. The same for
Right.
Nigeria,
Right.
the same for
Okay.
Ethiopia. If they
Right.
utilize the money that's passing through their hands and say,
Yeah.
hey, we're going to try to put a tax where we capsize, like in Haiti, believe it or not, some people look down on Haiti. The president, Michel Martelly, he created $1.50 tax. So every time you send money back to your family, the government keeps 150. What he did with the money, most Haitian people don't know. They believe he robbed the money, but there's a good idea where that tax can be utilized for education, for roads, whatever, etc. But are they really doing that with that money? No. But we can utilize some kind of mechanism like that to create new housing for those who are disenfranchised in the Black community, new education systems, malls and markets to create jobs. You see what I'm saying? And we can cross
Yeah.
coordinate
I
and
heard
we
this
can
stuff
invest in
many
one
many
another.
years ago. Yeah. It sounds
Hmm.
so simple when you
It's not
say
simple,
that.
but it's not
But
simple, but it's a way in which people can utilize what they already have because the illusion is that we don't
no,
have nothing.
slow
That's a
down, slow
lie.
down. You're saying the same thing
Hmm.
over again. It's not happening. What you're saying makes sense. Nobody's going to argue with that, right? But it's not happening. Even though I've been hearing people say that for many years, but it's not happening. So why
So
is
can I
the
ask you a
money
question
not
then?
circling? In your opinion?
Because you're older than me. Can I ask you a question? Why do you think it's not happening? Because you're older than me. I'm only 30 years old. You have been here
Okay,
longer than
yeah.
me. Why do you think that plan is not working? Because
I
you
think that plan is not working because there's the fundamental drive to accumulate white currency. Just like people are working to try and get the dollar rather than working to increase the value of their own currency. So they're mutually exclusive. If you are trying to get hold of dollars, the dollar itself is anti-African. The foundation of it. You can't. It can't work. You're killing. You're eating yourself. It's just like when we save money in the bank and we earn interest on the money in the bank, we think that we're getting richer. Black people think they're getting richer by putting their money in the bank and earning interest on that money, not realizing that that interest is made by investment in projects. And the banks don't want to tell you what those projects are. And those projects are projects designed for the retardation of people classified as black in the future.
you're telling the truth. You're telling the truth. But how do you challenge white supremacy without a dollar? How do you create institutions to challenge the European, or the
Right.
Arab, or the Chinese, or the Lebanese, or
Good.
whoever
Right. So let's
without a dollar? I want to hear.
yeah, but that's good. That's the conversation have because then we go into solution mode. We can then discuss. We can put this. We can put different solutions on the table, and then we can criticize them. But it keeps the mind in solution mode. It keeps the mind being creative to think how to solve a problem rather than
So
whinging about the
can I
problem.
can I chime in?
Can I say
Yeah, go on.
something?
Yeah. So yeah, my thoughts here is obviously like whatever products we choose to sell, it needs to be at least initially products that are necessary for both them and us to consume, right? So you don't want to build a market based on a product that we have no control over, but at the same time, it doesn't really matter too much what we do as long as we're doing something. So to resolve that seeming contradiction, I would focus on what Nigeria is doing right now. Focus on oil and gas. Everyone in the world needs oil and gas. No matter how much they talk about renewable energy, it's not reliable energy.
But
So they'll always come to you asking
yeah,
you for help for that. Like Russia is a
but
perfect example.
yeah,
America put
but
all
Kyle,
these sanctions on Russia, but it wasn't able to actually do anything against
but
them economically because they're able to survive the storm.
but
Why?
but, but
Because gas. That's ultimately the issue.
yeah,
Right.
Europeans need gas, right? I'm here. I'm in London right now, and you can't survive without gas in London.
You're in
And
London.
yeah, I'm in
You're just
London.
down the road from me.
Yeah, you know what? We should. I might try hit you up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but
So
but Kaiser, here's the truth. Why is that all that? Why the masses in Africa don't feel the effect of it? That's what I'm saying. Masses who poor in Africa don't feel the effect of it. Now, here's good for this is a good example. For all the consumables going to, why does masses of Nigeria not feel the effect of it? That's the issue. What's going on? The masses not feeling the effect of the money coming into Africa. They don't feel it. Why is that? We have to ask the question. Why is that? It's a very good question we have to ask. Why is the massive in Africa?
Can I try to answer that?
Yeah,
I'm not Nigerian, but I feel like they don't diversify their their wealth. They have different sources of wealth. They have iron, they have steel, they have agriculture, they have different routes in which they could utilize that oil money to reinvest in Nigeria to grow the market. Even like I think recently they had the government people trying to buy cars rather than buy innocent vehicles and invest in that market or invest in mechanics and stuff like that to utilize because in America, Chevy, Ford is the main cars that they use, but in Nigeria they're importing cars, so that means that they're undersizing or the new jobs that would have been created. So the money is going towards import rather than local market. That's why I give credit when some of these big guys in Nigeria are talking about diversifying and investing in agriculture and stuff like that, because that's needed. You can't grow a country on one particular thing alone. You have to kind of diversify it, especially with a massive population like Nigeria,
yeah.
and also attack the other markets around them. You know what I mean? The Niger, the Benin, the Togo, the Ghana, the Liberia. These guys are the big dogs of West Africa. They're not utilizing what they already have. The same way the Black Americans,
Mhm.
they're not investing locally in their own market
Yeah.
enough to shell, mass investment amongst themselves and create new millionaires and billionaires amongst themselves. You see what I'm
Can
saying?
I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Okay. Let me
and the
challenge
sad,
this. And challenge Kaiser as well. I'm going to challenge. I think you are all thinking on a low level. Let me just throw that in there. Because you're thinking about products and things when the real people, they're not dealing with things, they're dealing in value and currency. So for example, they're saying that I think the Japanese or the Chinese cars are superior than the cars made in the West. So what they're doing, they're putting tariffs. The tariffs are so high that it doesn't make sense to import. It's too expensive. So they're making the tariff so high. So therefore, it's not about the quality of the product. You can have a brilliant product that everybody wants your product, but what they do, they mess with the currency and they mess with the tariffs so that it
but,
doesn't matter what you're producing.
yeah, I
But
know.
doesn't that mean the opposite of what you're saying? Because if the Chinese government themselves invest in that product, plus it's a quality product, it's only got quality because the Chinese investors and market invested in that product. How do you now turn to Africa and tell them not to invest in Innocence and Nord and Kentucky and all these kind of cars that exist? How are you
But
going
But
to grow a better product to challenge the West if you don't even invest in that product that you do
yeah,
have?
you
but
see,
it's not about
Chinese
the
did it.
product. It's not about the product.
but but but
That's the point I'm making.
but look, here's a sad part about this. The West have less resources. Africa have more resources than the West. The West is more richer than Africa. It's sad. Africa's supposed to be the richest country in the world, all the resources we have. But why we're poor? Because government are not tapping into our resources well. And that's a sad truth. The government's not encouraged in business. It's not encouraged in business. The masses supposed to be rich. Africa's supposed to be the richest continent in the world with all the resources we're blessed with. Our leaders are
Uh,
not to it.
but there's no such thing as supposed to. You either are working towards it, utilizing different techniques to get there, or you don't. There's no supposed to nothing. Life is not supposed to anything. You have to utilize your strengths to make sure you remain in power or get to power. And once you get to power, you got to use your strengths to maintain in power. And to
Right.
IC3, how do you say that the product don't have to be good? Because I promise you, if the product was inferior, uh, America wouldn't have a problem importing those goods because they would just show you that Chinese product is inferior. Stick to the American one. It's because the
No,
product
that's
is
the point.
competing.
No, that's the point I'm making. What it is, they know that the Chinese products are
Right. Hang on.
superior.
IC3, you guys cut me off earlier, so I didn't fully express a certain idea.
Okay, go.
You work on a product that they need, not want, need. Oil and gas. Gas is something Europeans cannot survive in winter without. That's straightforward. That's why Russia was still able to trade, even though they were blacklisted from virtually all currency and money transaction systems. Germany, even though were told by America not to buy, even after America allegedly America blew up the Nord Stream, they were still selling gas because people are still now using trucks in the old school way, across. So ultimately, you lock in a market that they need, not want.
But Kaizo, are you overlooking the race and global power and regionalism and all that kind of things? Because we're black.
No, because
Russia's right there, right next to Germany. They're white.
Right.
They have the same with certain things that the other groups of
course.
Europeans do. We're
Of
not
course,
going to be
of
allowed
course.
to do it because I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get your point, right? But you see, that's why you go to the next level, right? What do they need? Okay, so let me give the model here, right? Europe, America, generally they have this new age thing of green energy taking over, right? They have all these statements and sentences about global climate change and everything. What do they need ultimately for these things is they need raw materials, the same ones, copper, steel, right? The same things that can iron ore. So all these things can be found in Zambia, Zimbabwe, cobalt, tantalite, right? All these minerals are still needed for either batteries or actual physical blades for these, let's say, wind turbines. These things are in Africa, and Africa is the least explored resource center in the world right now. Why? Because of instability, right? So if you have any large power in Africa, Nigeria is just an example because you just have to start somewhere, and then once you've reached some level of momentum, then you can stem into other various things. I say Nigeria is an example of the potential because everybody needs oil and gas even within Africa. So if everyone needs oil and gas within Africa, what you now do next is you then explore into obviously other areas, steel, right? If Nigeria can do this right, they can do other things. They build a reputation for good quality oil, for example. Everyone in Africa is willing to buy it.
Guys, you're overlooking what happened to. I think you're right on that point because if you could still turn inwards into other African nations, but you're overlooking the fact that what they did to Zimbabwe and what they did to Venezuela, which was one of the regional's biggest oil producers in America, which was Venezuela, and Zimbabwe was one of the biggest diamond and other stuff producers as well. They just put a black ball on them. Only recently lifting partial embargo on Zimbabwe, but only put it back on the politicians and economic elites. So you overlooking the fact that when it comes to non-white people, they play the game very differently.
Yeah.
And they can blackball you.
Right.
Blackball, that's right.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? I get your point. That's why I use Nigeria, right? Nigeria technically is the head of a regional body called ECOWAS. Even if they put all these sanctions by that time, okay, so here's the thing. China is still going to trade with Nigeria. So what is it that Nigeria needs from the West, right, in terms of products, physical materials that they can't get from China or Russia? Nothing. The only thing that Nigeria needs from the West is a trading network, being allowed to sell in the global market. Now, if Nigeria doesn't need that because it's selling to its neighbors within the so-called ECOWAS, and then later on in Africa, then actually they don't need anything, because right now China will provide the materials.
Yeah.
For example, machines for industrialization.
But-
Russia can provide other things, right? Like weapons if they need that. And then
Yeah.
Nigeria will be producing for its own local consumption. And if it can do that for long enough, Nigeria will build a market which they will have to come into if they want to get access to certain things like cobalt,
Yeah.
lithium, tantalite from Nigeria, meaning they'll have to open up the path the from Nigeria. So ultimately it has to be strategic, obviously.
But here's the problem. Like when the West came to Nigeria for the oil, they just destroyed the environment, and Nigeria just so polluted. They sort of first they did destroy the environment in the Niger Delta. That's why I don't trust when it comes to Africa. They will destroy your environment. They destroy your environment of the native people and land. They destroy it. That French did. The oil is Niger Delta is so polluted now because they came in and destroyed it. They didn't care about people living there. That's why I don't trust the West when it comes to resource. They destroy your environment, so your resources for their own gain.
Yes. And that's built in to the dollar itself.
Yeah, we got someone new. Let's hear his we got Man of No Prestige. Go ahead, Man of No Prestige.
Yeah, what are you talking about? I just joined, so I don't know. What are you talking about now? The
We're talking about
Nigerian
Nigeria
gas
oil.
reserve, the output and whatever the economic factor in Africa. Can you, educate me a little bit, please?
We're talking about Nigeria oil. We're talking how like oil in Africa and why we should use our resources for better good for Africa, something like that.
Here's the original question, Man of Prestige.
Yes,
Here's
sir.
the original question. Here's the question. So, the people in Nigeria, for example, okay, they have limited time and resources. So, with their time and resources, they can either focus on getting as much US dollars as possible to invest in infrastructure and develop through the acquisition of US dollars. Or they could use that same time and energy on increasing the value of the naira relative to the dollar. Do you see the two positions?
Right.
So I'm arguing against everybody saying that the time and effort you use on acquiring the naira, acquiring US dollars, that time and effort should be directed on increasing the value of the naira. That's my position on that.
I mean,
Go
as a Nigeria as a whole, we can do both at the same time
Oh
simultaneously.
my
I mean,
God, you can't go.
why
Sorry,
can't
go.
we? I
Go.
mean, I understand your narrative, as we can be as productive as we are when it comes to oil and gas, but if we are naira is so devalued, depreciated to a very lower standard. So what's the purpose of we being productive, right?
Yes,
That's the argument.
that's right. Brilliant. That's
Um,
the point.
well, as of right now, judging by what we produce, in oil, we have not been able to make use of our oil capacity, even what we are located. We can't even produce that. But do we have the resources? Yes, we do. So in my own opinion, this is just me. I'm not an economist. Speaking from a layman point of view, as a business person, I would think we should focus about improving the naira standard. But
Yes.
it's not just gonna be easy for doing it. We need to be productive. So
Yeah.
we need. I mean,
May I ask,
it
may,
just kind
may
of
I ask you a
production.
question before I leave?
Yeah, yes, sir.
So in your understanding, do you believe that is it through working internally and making products within the nation to and export to regional nations such as Ghana or even to the world? Is that the way Nigeria's going to improve its dollar, or is it through basically trying to create a new dollar? Which one will take more time, and which one will be more effective? Uh, to the
I,
panel, God bless. I'm out.
I think
But I
I think
appreciate you guys.
I think it's being more productive. We take a better time, because what you have to remember, the naira, the parallel market is, is going to control the naira regardless of what we did. So that's what I said. Maybe try to reverse the depreciation standard of naira right now, temporary for a few months or whatever. Would be would have been a very way to do. But I think the Nigerian government has done it. We don't see the benefit. As of today, Naira had depreciated. I mean, I just sent money today. I sent money last week.
Yeah.
Was it no, 2 weeks ago? It was 15 something.
Yeah.
Today, I sent money. It was, it was 16. 16. Was it? I had my receipt here. I think it was 1669. They gave it to me within 2 weeks. you know. So our money is still depreciating. I mean, but I hear news from it every now and then, because they claim that, because of the situation in America, dollar is flattering, so that kind of make naira appreciate. But that's not what's happening in the Nigerian market. So we are being deceived. That's not actually the
Right.
trajectory the naira is heading. The naira is being depreciated every day, neither
That's
by
right.
point one or
From way
point
back.
two or whatever.
Yeah,
Go
way
ahead.
back in the 60s.
Yeah.
And that, I even did a chart showing all the different African leaders from way back in the 1960s, right the way, uh, uh, leader after leader after. It's nothing to do with the leader. The depreciation of the naira has had nothing to do with the leaders. Every single leader, it's still depreciating. Therefore, there are other forces at work.
Oh, no, no, you are definitely right. The indices there, just epitome, just confirm what you just said. There's no doubt about it. It's not about who is in charge, but it's about the implementation of the marketplace where we are right now. I mean, Africa as a whole, particularly Nigeria, we are not in a strong place. You know, I mean, the IMF, the Western world, they pretty much dictate how we live in that country right now. Where, in my own opinion, the Africa is still under plantation to a certain
Yes,
degree. Right.
100%,
It may not
100%.
be an occupied plantation. That's what it is. They're not occupying us, but we are still
Yeah.
under that.
Yes.
So, in my own opinion, I'm just get tired of we blaming the colonization that we have that has put us back. I mean, for how long? Nigeria is just 64 years old. You know, on Monday.
Hmm.
So, what have we achieved? If you
Hmm.
look at if you look at the trajectory of Nigeria, okay, originally we were a tribe.
Hmm.
An isolated tribe in Nigeria. That's what we were initially before 1960. Then this thing, they took over, colonized us. From there, we got our independence in 1960. Then
Yeah.
we have a coup. Then after the coup, we have what I consider to be a very disastrous civil war. That I don't know how many people died. It depends on who you talk to. We don't even have any historical stuff to back it up. 3 million, 4 million, or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Then we have military rule, coup after coup, before we have what we call democracy right now, which I call a disastrous election. I mean, election that we're having right now. Nothing has improved.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Oh,
I don't want to come here and be talking bad about Africa, but
yeah. So
we
tell me.
have to change our mindset.
Yes.
You
So
know,
let's challenge Kaiser. What Kaiser was saying. Let's deal with. You correct me if I'm wrong. Kaiser's saying, let's focus on what is needed, not want, what the West needs. So Kaiser's saying that they need oil, they need gas, there's certain things that they
Mhm.
need that Africa has. So Kaiser's saying, we know what they need, then we must find some way to increase the price of the things that they need. Is that correct, Kaiser?
Not just increase the price, but manage the market. So
So,
control.
okay, let me if I understand you. I mean, Kaiser is a very smart guy. So what you saying that we know what the Western world need, right?
Yeah.
we should provide it for them, in a manageable way, if I understood you.
Yep.
Okay, what does that mean?
Yes,
How do
that's
we
the
benefit?
question.
How
What do
does
you
that
mean by
uplift
manage?
Africa?
That's
How does
right.
that uplift Africa to our present, you know,
Good question. Good question.
Right.
So we
Talk
need to
about
be able,
management now.
and what I'm saying is not new, obviously, but some countries were able to do it better than us. And of course, they had help, but let me explain what I mean. We know exactly what European Union has been saying for the last 10 years about climate change. That's not going anywhere. They are focusing on the technological end of this new market that they're building, meaning the production of solar panels, wind turbines, things that go towards the technology for renewable energy. And of course, energy is the key sector in all of this because that's how you power everything else. So, what that means is we cannot challenge them when it comes to manufacturing wind turbines. We don't have the technology, we don't have the research time or anything. However, what we do have is the raw minerals that they need to make these products. So what we could do, and no, not what we could do, what we should do is we should be focusing on the development um, of these raw materials needed to actually create these technologies that they use. An example is lithium. Learn how to process it to a level that is sold in the international market to all of them, China, America, etc. We need to be learning how to develop and infiltrate the market for copper, steel, iron ores, all these things, and again provide the value added materials in the market at
Right.
the level of the level and standard that they need. Then we
Right.
just control the market. We make sure that ECOWAS actually does what it should be doing, right?
Right.
You can't have Ghana selling things at this rate, Nigeria selling things at that rate. No, there is an actual market rate set by ECOWAS so that now they can't come and break you apart and then play you against each other, for example. Once
Right.
you control the local market, you then now have access. You basically make them have to go through you to get into the African market. Once you do
Right.
that, they have no choice but to actually buy from you because
Right.
guess what? They need these things in order to make and maintain their new technological stuff. I'm just using
Right.
the technology that they're building as a marker. However, right now, Nigeria, what they can do is make this oil thing a success. Once they do that, they have a proof of concept. They can say, okay, we know how to create a company, we know how to work as a unit, and then we know how to sell. We already built a reputation for our oil. So whenever we produce the next thing in the market, people in Africa are willing to buy it because they're used to our product, our name, and our branding. Right now, this oil thing is about Nigeria building its brand. If it can do that successfully for oil, it can actually now access other African markets. So that's my point there, right? We know what they want.
Okay. So
okay,
let's walk through this then.
So
Let's
let me
walk.
give you an example. One second. Last point. Ghana tried to do something like this with chocolate. The problem is chocolate is not a necessary commodity. So what I'm trying to say is that coconut head. I mean, what's his name? Popo Odo, whatever his name is, right?
are you talking
The
about
pres-
Coco, right? Okay, go ahead.
no, the president of Ghana was like, okay, it is time for us to change. Blah blah blah. He did some long speech saying basically, uh, we need to stop. Ghana needs to stop, kind of selling the raw materials to the West, right? Talk about cocoa. So the West obviously didn't like that. So they started buying it from Ecuador and other places. So with a material like cocoa, they don't need it. And there's
Right.
other places they can get it from. But lithium is a limited resource that there are not many places to get it from. So
Right.
that's the point. You control key sectors in the market rather than continuing post-colonial business agreements whereby Kenya sells tea, Ghana
Mhm.
sells cocoa,
Mhm.
Ethiopia sells coffee, right? These are
Mhm.
post-colonial business agreements that keep us from actually industrializing because we're selling them things which we have to negotiate with them to buy
Right.
from us, but they
Right.
don't actually have to buy from us, and we don't consume within the local intracontinental network.
Okay.
They're not useful to us. There's no calories in cocoa
So
beans or
so walk us
tea.
through. Yeah, walk us through the solutions that you suggested there.
The solution is this: you need to be selling a product that you yourself can consume. Meaning, if they don't buy it from you, you can also consume it yourself. For example, oil. Why oil is so important is if the international market doesn't want to buy Nigerian oil, they can use that oil to power their own generators to industrialize and build machines and actually build steel and other products that don't go off if they're not consumed.
Right.
So
okay. So good point. You made a good point. So now, let's walk through now the practical application of this. So you would take that message if they don't understand that already. Where would you take it? Would you take it to the Nigerian government? Everything you just said. You put it in a report, yes, and then that report will be sent to the Nigerian government, and then they would read it. What you've just explained. Then what do you expect them to do? Do you expect them then to do what?
Nothing, because they won't listen to that report.
Okay. No, okay. So you're saying they won't listen to the report. Okay. Why do you believe the Nigerian government would not listen to a report?
Because most of those politicians are paid off. Most of the politicians are paid off. They're not working in the interest of the people, so it will be difficult to pass this.
All right, so let's walk this through. So you have this report, and then you present the report to some people, and they'd say, "Sorry, we can't do it. We can't do it. And then they let you know.
They won't even say sorry. It will take so long for that report to be even processed. Right.
Okay.
It will be under so much legal injunctions to the point whereby by the time it reaches the Senate, it just will be out of focus. It will no longer be.
Right.
You get the point.
Okay. Right. So you still got the report now. It's back in your lap. Now, are there any alternative places where you could take that report, or is there anything else you could do with that report? Because we know that the report is a good report. We know it will work. But as you said, they cannot take the report because they're being paid not to. So what's the next move now? Let's walk through this. What's the next thing you could do?
Okay. So the next thing really is working within the private sector market. So what that means is us individually, those who are aware of this, investing in things like Dangote's refinery as people with an incentive to actually affect the market. Ultimately, because look, I don't want to speak about Kenya, right? But just know that there is in Africa in general, a very intentional failure mechanisms going on, right? I don't know if you've seen the video on Ike's channel where we meet with two scientists from an African country. We interview them, and they explain how Monsanto's and all these seeds keep.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. Right? I'm aware. That's
right. So the point is, right, Monsanto's pays off specific government officials, and then those government officials prevent African farmers and from actually.
You're reversing. You've already covered that point.
Right. Like, so my point is, you can't go to the government. That's not going to do anything.
Yeah, I got that point.
Right. So the only way to go forward is to focus on the private sector market by having us engaging with these people at a high level. People like Dangote are the real solution to Africa's problem. So whatever that means is, you must put pressure on these people. The issue is we don't own any networks like for media.
Which people are you talking about? Put pressure on these people. What do you mean?
Good question. So if, for example, there was a mass use of Twitter to go tag these politicians in Nigeria, right? The ones who are blocking certain patriotic things that Dangote is doing, they'll be forced to engage because people read it, they go viral within Nigeria and the world, and they will be forced to change. The problem is
good. Okay, so let's slow down. Let me see if I understood what you just said. Okay, so we've realized we've got this report, your plan. We know it's going to work, but the government officials are being paid not to take your report. Okay, so we're going to now move on to step number 2. You're going to take your report now to these private operators, these private companies like Dagnoti, and they would understand the value of the report. Now,
Correct.
if Dangote takes your report and starts to try and implement it, then the government is going to take action to counter that. Is that correct?
Correct. So now
Okay.
you use Twitter. Collectively, we actually have a network of 300 people, right? You hold an event, live streaming it, of us mass tagging these specific, like 5, just focus on 5 specific key players in trying to have this issue. Then what that means is they'll have to respond because it begins to go viral around Nigeria. People wake up, people realize what's going on, and then they prevent the thing that the government is trying to block from happening. These things happen. This is how the Kenyan protests started. Holding the government.
And Dangote or these private operators would support
because instead of us going towards seeking the Pan-African ideal and patriotism alone, you also look into the spirit of greed, right? Dangote wants money, power, and also wants to help his country. So ultimately, we're simply understanding human nature. That Dangote is owning this company. He wants it to succeed. So even if he's corrupt, he would rather work within patriotism to his country because it benefits him in both ways. In immortalizing him as a good person and making him bank.
Correct.
Okay, that asks a question about this report. What is in this report that the government tends to not like, right? That is the government is disagreeing with in particular.
Okay, so I'll answer that question in a second. And also, IC3, I hope you understand. I don't know if you know Africa Stream. He's been banned.
Yeah, I know. I heard.
All various media platforms.
Yeah,
I hope now you understand. That's why I am just a comedian, right?
Yeah,
that is perfectly
I
the reason why.
I know what's going on.
Right. Good. Go ahead, Big Black.
Yeah. So what is in this report
Sorry, big man. Just one quick question. So, who did you say was banned?
Africa Stream is the largest. Non-mainstream.
No. I know that. That's the David Udain. All right. Sorry. Carry on.
Yeah. So the report what's in this report that the government disagrees with. What is the government disagreeing with? That you're saying that
it's a report that outlines specific growth, economic and financial models for the country. The government will disagree because key members of the government are paid off by Western corporations to sabotage the growth of the country's economy. Yeah. So the bill would not pass through Parliament simply because there are key players who will block it.
Right. They're being paid to reject the report.
Yes, essentially. Yet they're also being paid to accept reports such as IMF restructurations. I mean, that's one of the main reasons why Nigeria's currency tanked, is because there was an IMF bill. It's outlined you must change, do certain things to your currency, and they did it. That's literally what happened, word for word. And I read it. The report here before on a previous live stream. They tried to do it in Kenya, but the Kenyans revolted and are still protesting until today against various government corruptions.
Okay.
So, Kaiser, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what you your idea sounds pretty good on paper, what you just proposed, but we know what happened when it comes in African space. So when you talk about for us to be able to produce our own resources, and challenge the Western world and market it there, do we have the technology? What the people that are pretty much extracting our resources are foreign with their technology, but do we have the technology in order to extract the resources?
Yes.
I'm put it to a different level whereby we can use it as our stronghold to be able to bargain.
Yes, we do. We can get the technology easily from China. We just there are they've made it clear that they're willing to sell and trade with us without putting on.
You think China just gonna trade it with us easily like that without asking for something in return?
No, they
Yeah,
will.
we
They
can
get
trade.
money. They
Yeah.
get trade. They get.
I'm not saying it's gonna be free, but I'm just saying, what is the cost? You know.
Okay,
We can
so
afford it.
China is already in an economic war with America. So
Right.
it's not like we're proposing something that they will lose something in international market. All we're asking from China is to continue providing us with products, and we'll buy it from them. They are not going to refuse that.
Mhm.
So we're aligning strategically. We're not going to align to Iran because that will make us an enemy of America. We're just aligning economically to China, and we leave it there, right? It has to be very strategic, and
That's
we
right.
can't fight all wars at once.
Yeah.
And also, man of prestige, one of the issues is whenever we have these ideas, the issue is, as unfortunately, like the coconut head guy from Ghana, he tried to do it with the wrong resource. You cannot go around trying to control cocoa, right? Because you can get it from Ecuador, and they don't need to eat chocolate, right? That's not a necessity. But Europeans must have lithium. Otherwise, all these phones, especially cars right now. If you look at the price of lithium, I can even show like um, an evolution chart on prices per weight. It starts to skyrocket. Now, as I'm saying right now, I guarantee you that the price of lithium is going to triple in the next 3 years. What that means is if we at least have a few factories that can process high grade lithium
Mhm.
to sell to China and America and all these countries, they will have to buy it. That's the point.
Yeah.
And we can also still use it within our local industries because batteries is something we can easily make, and that will change how we even store our own energy and electricity. So
Mhm.
focus on things which we can consume ourselves immediately if they don't buy it, and also choose things that when we do sell it, they have to buy it. That way, you're protected on two lanes. First, you create a local economy where you consume what you produce, or rather, you produce what you consume, and then also you can sell to others things which they have to buy from you. And that's it. That's the only way we're going to be free. If we keep doing things in the Mickey Mouse way that we're doing right now, we're always going to be three
Yeah.
steps behind. That's the problem.
Can I actually amplify your point, Kaiser? Because we've actually laid out the actual full solution here. Actually, just dealing with Nigeria and the naira, because what I've been digging up from the beginning, keep talking about the exchange rate and currencies. I was trying to bring the conversation to the point that you've brought there, is in that the effective use of media combined with the private sector will increase the value, because it's all about this report. Remember, you've got that report. It's a good report. Everybody knows it's going to work. It's obvious. It's a plain. So the issue is not the report itself. People are being paid not to accept the report. So therefore, you're taking the report to the private sector, and then the private sector is going to support you. The private sector, combined with a good media network, will be strong enough to handle the counterattack of the white supremacist bribed government officials. Because as you were saying earlier on, with the with a good media network, you can shame those those in the leadership who are being bribed to not accept the report. So yes, I think you've laid out the actual solution. You've actually laid out the solution. If it's private sector combined with the diasporan and a network, a media network that is both Black African diaspora working with the African mainland.
Yeah. A media distribution network is 100% pivotal we can't do without one that we actually own, the distributive capacity. Because as we've already seen, and we talked about this before, what happened to Africa Stream was predictable, and it is the exact thing that should happen, because America has to know who its enemy is. So if there's a company that's promoting African Americans to vote against Kamala, or to understand that Russia is apparently a possible friend to Africa as opposed to the
Yeah.
West, or whatever narrative that they were spinning, it is dangerous to American government, and American government owns this service-based economy right now, while China owns the product-based economy. Right now, America owns means of distribution of information with the algorithms such as Google, monetization companies such as Stripe,
Yeah.
etc. All these things are part of these things, right? And again, that's why I make sure this channel is very free speech. So it's not just my ideas coming out, but people that disagree with me, because if there was a narrative here, we wouldn't exist. And that's just
Yeah.
the reality.
That's right. That's right.
But you need plan A, plan A's, plan B's, plan C's. It seems to me that the plan that Dangote has, and one of the reasons why it's being pushed, right? It might be a very good plan, but it'll grease his palms. It's kind of it's going to be pro Dangote, right? Dangote. So, and I'm saying his name wrong. How do you say his name?
Dangote.
Oh,
Dangote.
it's fine. Dangote is fine.
Dangote. But one thing, as far as like just going back to like the basis, right? Things that we need to understand, factors that increase the naira. If we dealing with Nigeria, and factors that decrease the naira. Understanding those particular factors, we have a framework to work with, right? Also, as far as working within, as far as like making the country attractive to maybe industrial parks, right? That could
Like that won't work long term, right? What you're that making us basically better for industrial partners, that's a short term strategy.
well, I'm saying industrial
Yeah.
parks within Nigeria, right? Be, what I'm
If
saying is I don't.
I agree, right? The issue is though, once you start veering off, okay, here's the thing, right? Direct foreign investment is great for short-term strategy. It gives you the dollars. However, it doesn't give you freedom, because what you're doing is you're still holding yourself hostage to American companies that American government controls ultimately. If America says, we want you out of Nigeria, these companies will have to comply and leave Nigeria. So ultimately, what you want is you want to start trading and producing things that you yourself can consume, and you can sell within the local market, and then international market has to buy it from you too. Therefore, you're not relying on partnerships which can easily be removed when America feels threatened. I'm just using America as an example, but whichever country you're doing
Right.
with, including
But
China.
I would say this too. Yeah, you got a point there, right? But even with like different countries, including like homegrown companies, right? Uh, I don't know how, as far as like taxes are raised in Nigeria, as far as like is there some type of income tax, but it seems like Nigeria needs a tax base, because as you know, with industrial parks, if they have as far as like, if let's say the tax base was kind of similar to like a lot of the Western countries, right? That's gonna cause a lot of industrialization, right? Because you're bringing in more jobs, right? So people are starting to want, with more jobs comes more homes developed, more roads paved. You see what I'm saying? Becomes more of an attraction, and that cycle continues to develop, where you have a lot of competition wanting to move in because things seem lucrative, right? So I think that's now. I guess the main question, does that strengthen the naira, as far as like as far as like companies you know, competing with each other, which eventually builds up a particular area, you know, out of a need, out of a necessity.
Good relationships, would strengthen, because strengthen naira, because the naira is currency, and currency is directly related to relationships and culture and value. That's what values is what increases. It's all about. It's all in the realm of the invisible. It's all in the realm of values. Um, looking at Africa Stream, here's a question: if Africa's, because I heard the guy from Africa Stream giving us, he was talking on one of the other
Yeah, one of those
yeah, and he
crucial.
was saying that
Yeah.
um what hit them was because they went into the cloud. They went, they kept their information in the cloud, and it was easier for them to shut off. But they said they still kept some of their stuff was
Yeah,
on
so
hard drives.
basically, the cloud isn't the issue. I mean, I know what you mean, but it's the fact that they don't own the cloud. If we had our own data centers, we could create our own cloud, but we don't. That's the problem. So, whatever system we have, we just have to own access to it. So,
So so is it expensive to set up to
no,
develop your own cloud? How
no,
much
it's
it
not.
cost?
It won't cost you more than $5,000 to create your own mini data center, enough to store like several terabytes of information. The issue is obviously if you're creating, for example, like a social media platform, you need quite a lot of information. You need like giga.
Yeah, I
The
know.
main thing with Google
Pictures,
is, yeah,
movies, and clips and
right.
stuff like that is
You need a
huge
lot
amount of
if
stuff.
it's not going to be like a professional one where you have accessibility. Because even if we create our own multimedia network without a true data center, guess what? They
Yeah,
can just block us from using Gmail access,
right.
or Amazon, or like Azure and things like that.
Yes.
Like
Yeah, I heard about these data
Azure,
centers. Yeah.
right? So without, basically, we don't actually have the infrastructure for independence, meaning we have to sort of toe. RT, for example, the Russian television network is blocked in America, right? But it's all over the world, and they have their own channels, they have their own media distribution networks because they have the data centers, so they can actually store information and distribute it. For us, unfortunately, right now, even this data center coming in Kenya is going to be owned partially by the American government. So we couldn't even use that necessarily unless we told we play the game. You get the point. So true free true free unencumbered expressions that will trigger change, unfortunately, can't be done right now because companies like Elon Musk will pretend that he's free speech, but if it goes against American patriotism, he's going to
Yeah.
block that account. That's
So
just the reality.
Definitely.
so basically Google shut it down.
America government, the Secretary of State, basically the American government, they had a expedition, and they said basically Africa Stream is paid by Russia. Probably is, to be honest, right? Yeah, I think they are. I think they're funded by Russia, right? But that's my own opinion. They claim that they're being funded by Russia. Didn't provide any evidence, and then they just told YouTube to take them down. TikTok took them down for a little bit. I don't know. I think they're still there somehow, maybe on the second account. Instagram took them down. The whole of Meta, basically Facebook, took them down. The only one they're still active in really is Twitter, and there's a few channels on TikTok too. But Twitter, Stripe, right? And we talked about this, High C3. See, what I love is when whatever it is we talked about, we're not talking BS over here. It's actually as we stated. They took them down. Stripe operates on the Swift network, as we've discussed here before. If you're not on the Swift network, you cannot accept payments. So right now, I'm not monetized, but I can accept payments on Buy Me a Coffee or PayPal because I'm still monetized in those areas. But when they came for Africa Stream, they came for everything, their channels, as well as the means of them earning money, as well as the means of them even storing data, aka Google Mail, Drive. And that means if they open an account on Microsoft Azure, still another data center, data network distribution company, they will be blocked. So that's the reality. But yeah, I think that was funded by Russia, right? That I definitely think that. But then again, that's just my own opinion.
So with Africa Stream, do you think, because they seem to have been quite big, could they have put if they had known that this was if they had known 6 months before that this was going to happen, do you think that they would have bought or put together some money to get themselves a data center? What do you think they could have done if they knew beforehand?
Good question. I don't think they actually understand the whole distribution.
Oh my God! You mean look how big they are. You mean you know?
No. Hang on. Let me explain what I mean. They know that they knew that they were going to get caught, right? They knew that. However, what they don't understand is how the whole system works and which component of the system goes where and how does it fit. I can explain it, for example, right? You have the data center. That's where you store your data. A data center is just anything that you can store data. Old computers, you can take the hard drives, you can connect all of them with a server. And that's a data center. Now, you can put that data center through a high-speed connection to the internet. And for other people to access it, you just need to pay a few things every month, like electricity bills, not that much really. And also internet bills, because you have to have a high-speed accessibility, right? So that's a basic data center, right? The other ones are a little bit more complex.
And that's safe, correct? That basic setup, a data center, a good data center, and pay your electric bills, and you pay your internet access. That's a safe.
It's safe, and then you also have a cold storage, right? Cold storage means it's not connected to the net, so you have two. You have the one that's connected to the net, and the one that's backed up that's not connected to the net. You need a cold storage as well, because you can get hacked. It's possible.
I think they knew that was vulnerable. I mean, when you're talking about using stuff like you say, Keizo, like AWS or Azure.
AWS, Azure, Google Drive, these things, they don't control them, so they can always just get shut down, which they did actually from Gmail.
Right.
So if they create a new account, first of all, they would have to create a new account under a false name, pseudonym.
And that's all on the Microsoft. So they had to have some type of idea that that they could get shut down.
Guys, what you're talking about now?
Yeah, hang on. Yeah, go ahead. Just before you go there, that no one is talking about AWS level data center. We're talking about basic data centers to store a few, like 100 terabytes of information. That's very simple to set up. The costs really are just electricity cost and some, ISP costs. We're not talking about the data center for building a social media network, just for them to store like all these information and videos. That's very simple to make. Go ahead.
You see, what happened to Africa Stream, that's why the Chinese, they build their own thing. You understand me? The Chinese have their own platform, not connected to Microsoft, not connected, their own, just their own. When you have your own, and you have your own satellite, and you own everything, the Western people will never cut you off, because they know that you have your own, and your own people will be able to listen to your own. I think the Russians also doing the same thing, or they did the same thing. So what you see, Africans have nothing. That's just the truth. Africans have nothing to say, okay, this is mine. They're not even investing in technology, in some of what this is for communication. The Americans that brought it, that's, first of all, they will sanction you. That's what they did to this African Stream. But I tell they sanction you, Americans sanction you in anything. They sanction you financially, they sanction you in everything. Because of the too much sanction, that's what brought the BRICS now, that the BRICS are now dominating now.
Yeah.
The BRICS are now trying to... Let me finish.
Yeah. Kidola, let me go. I mean, I like...
I think you cut me off.
Sorry.
Kind of did.
So So no problem, my brother, you're my guy. The BRICS are now forming their own part. Now the Americans are scared because the Chinese, the Russians, the Brazilians, even Turkey want to join now. The moment they now agree to form one kind of currency, I think they will first of all use the Chinese one as the auxiliary one first. It's finished. Africans are progressing without United States now. They don't. If you come to most African countries, right, you don't need to do business with US for you to see things going on in Africa. In Africa, they have different type of things. The Chinese, the Indians, Microsoft not too even important anymore like that. Things are becoming something else. You know, let's just be honest. That's why most people are not eager to come to the United States anymore like that.
I'm quite happy at how far the conversation has progressed. Now it's been a good conversation all day, and it's gotten to this as well. It's a very good conversation that a lot of people are talking. You know, I'm surprised by Keizo. I'm impressed by Keizo. You know, I remember a while back before this started, we used to argue so much. Keizo didn't like the idea of mindset, mood, and all that stuff, but he's realizing the importance of even media, our own media. So I accept that. So that's not. I'm surprised how Keizo is speaking today. But anyway, it's good anyway. But all I'm saying at the same time is, even if we do want to build our own data centers or host our own services, as well, I know so many other black dating websites as well. The problem they have is that they don't have enough server space. They don't have enough storage space. So it kind of slows down its performance and functionality for this app as well. It's just not working. So yes, you have other data centers around the world, but as you have identified, Keizo, we don't actually own them, and it's not really about the owners or we paying for a certain service. It's about the shareholders who own this thing. And when you look at it, it leads all the way. The web leads all the way back to the United States. You know what I mean? And it leads all the way back to the West. So the web of the shareholders, they are the ones who get to dictate the policies that these companies follow. You understand? And obviously for Amazon, Google, as you said, they have partnerships with the United States government as well.
But let's not forget.
There's also the thing of terrestrial networks as well. Terrestrial networks and on the sea cables, as well as satellite networks as well. They own this infrastructure. And in fact, recently what's happening is that they are choosing to integrate with Africa because of the challenge of China as well. Because of the challenge of China selling Huawei equipment to Africa, they are choosing, this is a problem. So Europeans came up with a global gateway project. They are choosing to integrate with Africa and service that empty space for Africa. That means they still are deepening and entrenching themselves into us. They will control almost everything. I'm sorry to sound somber, but that's the moves that's happening. You understand?
But let's look at the other. There's a two-pronged problem, right? The first problem is what Kaiser was talking about, the data centers, but the original problem too is the funding, right, with Russia. So as far as getting that money from Russia, Africa needs to get to a point where we don't need that type of funding from these different sources where they can tailor our message. You know what I mean? So that's another thing too.
Yeah, so 100%. So let me respond to Dat's point, right? And actually, Dat is making a high IQ point today. Interesting. So, yes, if you notice, for example, right, Kenya's partnership with America is growing. Yes, Kenya still does business with China, obviously, and the other countries, but America is trying to cement its presence in Africa again after South Africa has turned against America's power center. They're going towards their BRICS thing, right? So they need someone else to sort of cement that supremacy. So Kenya did a deal with America for $1 billion data center to be created, and of course the reasoning is great. More access, better internet access, stability, information flow for African tech companies and tech vision. You can't really have a tech revolution. By tech, I mean like software based revolution without a data center because the information needs to be close to you when the internet's off. I mean, there's so many different reasons, speed, and if you're doing AI research, you need things to be close to you. So they did that deal. But Darth is making a really great point here, right? The fact that they're integrating with these African governments, it means that they are critical shareholders in these companies. So if, for example,
because I work in this industry and all that stuff. It's the industry I work in. Why do you think I'm going to all over Africa and all that stuff? Because when you look at these companies, that's what they are doing and all that kind of stuff. It's unfortunate, and it's not just in the telecommunication sector. If I sent I don't know a video to Tunaja, I tell him what the West are planning to do. I find it on a geopolitical economy report as well. How they are planning to completely dominate and govern and grow from the population of Africa and all that kind. So they are looking to expand as well. That way, if I find that video, I'll drop the link. I've been sharing that video the whole time. So yeah, we are in trouble. But I like the idea that you said. How can we, if the government are not going to pass the laws and all that stuff, how can we incentivize the private sector? Our private sector, do we even have the
That's
capacity?
right.
How we can incentivize them to realize that investing in data centers or investing in terrestrial telecommunication companies is a major benefit and a very patriotic thing to do. How can we incentivize them? That idea, I like that idea. That's the idea I like the most that you brought up.
That's right. Solutions. See, we're getting solutions tonight. I love
oh,
it.
yeah. Most of the time, I C3, I run away and go do. Doesn't matter what I'm doing, but yeah, I wanted to engage tonight because I wanted us to kind of move forward. That constant weird back and forth we usually do, and no point is addressed, and then just in circles. It isn't always good. Right? I understand it's needed sometimes. That's why we keep this channel half dusty, half IQ. Right.
So it sounds like at least Kenya has a potential to have its own Silicon Valley, for lack of better words, right?
I mean, it already has it. They call it the Savannah Valley, but it's not big enough because of lack of funding ultimately. So what that means is we need to convince African billionaires and high level millionaires to not just be a commodity based investor. What I mean by that is, unfortunately, our billionaires are low level. They invest in things like sugar, coffee, sugar, gari, eba, like flour, rice, cement, oil. Our billionaires focus on commodities that have a regular consumption rate. They're not risk takers. They don't invest in unknowns such as technology, right? So we need to create an environment whereby billionaires are willing to risk their investments in unknown endeavors such as technology. We don't have anyone investing in tech.
Yes, and you see, and that's where I keep banging on about currency, because it's in that realm of the invisible. You see, it's not tangible. Look, 600 barrels of oil. We can see that. Where is it? It's stored over there in the warehouse. But once you start talking about media, it moves into the realm of magic. You see, it's hard for them to get their hands on it.
And also, IC3.
But that's where the power is.
You're right. And here's the thing with some of these countries in Africa having protests, right? A lot of them are also based on the land law changes, right? If you heard about the Economic World Forum, right, or the World Economic Forum, they want to create things into a subscription-based model, like a dystopian future whereby the majority of people don't own anything. So they're under large corporations, own these things. Rich people can buy shares in these corporations, and the average person is basically leasing everything from them, where they can shut it down or kick you off at any moment. So it's about a control. Now, Africa, right now, we have the ability to not allow that sort of future for ourselves, if people know about it, right? And that's why it's critical for us to have a distribution network. And to do that, we need several things. As Dath was mentioning, we need a media distribution company. That's just the website or web app, whatever you want to call it. Then we also need, obviously, some level of data center, obviously, because we need to store the information somewhere, and also cold storage somewhere where they can't access it. So then also you do need access to these sea cable networks. But the thing is, that one you can get around that. I'll explain how. Companies like Pirate Bay go around it by having the servers in using multiple VPN networks. The issue with VPN, though, it slows down the connection. But if you can make it in such a way that they can't really figure out which country you're operating from, then they can't quite get you in the same way. Yeah, there's always a way. If they really focus, they'll find you. But you'll have to do things.
Most of these service, it's like I say, it's down to the shareholders. And when you look at these companies, at the end of the day, you always end up seeing BlackRock at the end of it being the ownership of it, or someone that's another subsidiary of BlackRock or something like that. It always ends up being the case. But what it is yes, that strategy is good, but also you can be a means of, because when you get big enough, they start to clamping down on you and shutting you down.
You know what's funny?
But there's a way where you can keep just replicating yourself just across the interwebs, and that will take that with enough time. That will start to begin another effect. So you just keep replicating that.
Yeah, it'll be funny if BlackRock owns Blackwater as well. No.
Probably do. They're all mates. They're all drinking partners. Of course they are. All European.
Blackstone. I think BlackRock is the external version of Blackstone. Blackstone is focused in the United States as well, and all that. It's focused within the United States in particular. But BlackRock is the outside one. Watch these videos that I sent you and all that stuff. You will learn quite a bit there. As a strategy, this kind of centralization of our own platform, because we don't own it. If we centralize everything, or just wait on just one channel to be big, or if we make ourselves just one bullseye point, that's going to be problem. So we have to be like a bomb, like a cluster bomb or something. A cluster bomb, for instance, one detonates and the other one just keeps reproducing. All that eventually will amass to kind of, you understand what I mean? So even for me, I'm happy with seeing all these channels that are coming up. And all these channels and Africans talking about the issues. I'm happy, even if all of them don't know any better than everybody. At least it's starting to change the conversation in a certain direction. They're starting to get.
But the issue is they need to be more strategic. You can't be out here, proposing that you're funded by the Kremlin, literally by always going against the West and saying only positive things about the East. That's not good.
That goes to that point that I made earlier. Also, it seems like, as far as like when it comes to IT technology, as far as like the knowledge base, a lot of Africans are into that field. And I mean, if we get things together, man, that could be one of the main roads to industrialization. You know what I mean? And then that goes back into, again, pretty much these, I want to say industrial parks, but, something like, again, like Kazo mentioned, as far as like something replica of Silicon Valley that, I know a lot of Nigerians that are into tech, you know what I mean? And, people of different countries in Africa. And if Africa can focus on that and hone in on that, which is the future anyway, right? AI.
Africans in Africa itself, there's a lot of Africans in Africa itself with the skill level, just like you'll find in India. There's enough Africans in Africa itself with the skill level and the curiosity to actually do this leapfrogging. The problem with us, with Black people, we have, I think it's something that even Keizo pointed out a while back, is that we lack capital. Us Black people, we lack capital for real in this world and all that stuff. And even the few of us that do have capital, how do we bring them up together? How do we bring them together to actually do something?
Okay, so you say lack capital. So then it comes back round to the currency issue. You see, as long as that's why I say the focus on. Let's talk about Nigeria as an example. If you're focusing on increasing the value of the naira, in contrast to trying to get more dollars, I'm saying, I'm going to put this out to the panel. I'm saying that they're mutually exclusive. It doesn't work. Sorry, you can't do both. You've got to focus on getting as much dollars as you can to develop, or you got to focus on increasing the value of the naira. They're mutually exclusive. Can't do both at the same time. Can't. It's a whole different way of thinking. It's a different way of marketing. It's a different way of organizing yourself. It's the whole thing. It's like, yeah, go on.
Yeah, I mean, you guys outlined it earlier before as well. Increasing the value of the naira as well. You cannot expect to expect to increase your value by looking at it from an external point of view or approaching it from an external point of view. You can only add to yourself as value by looking internally. It's how you look within yourself, ICT.
Yes.
How you look at yourself as a person, or how you view yourself. That is the value you derive from yourself. So if Nigeria and Africa starts to look internally as well, or look within itself, and try to actually, as people have mentioned, trade within itself and goods that we want and all that stuff, that would actually be what will increase your value to the point that they will want to tap into that market. That's what the Chinese did. The Chinese built a market. This is how the Chinese studied. They looked at Britain and said, what made Britain such a powerhouse, industrial powerhouse in the 1800s and all that stuff? It's because they connected cities from the south to the north as well, to the industrial north, and they connected them with trade lines. That made Britain a very powerful, and then the British outsourced that kind of productivity to China. The Chinese also said, how do you build a market? You build roads, you build railroads, you build trains and all that stuff, and make sure that people are able to move goods internally within China. That is such a big market that the West wanted part of it, and the Chinese blocked them and protected their own internal market. Thereby, because it's such a huge continental market, it kind of raised their own value. You understand what I mean? So the West are quite salty that they can't tap into this market. And the Chinese still have enough to actually produce, to the point the West are saying that China is over capacity. Imagine somebody complaining and saying, oh, you produce more, you produce to a high capacity and all that stuff, and that's a problem for us. I see you're producing too much, that I need you to stop producing too much. You're over capacity.
Yeah, that goes back to
is China producing too much a good thing for the world or a bad thing for the world? Because it means if they produce too much, things will be cheaper, correct? Things will be cheaper for the rest of the world to buy from. You understand? If China has that capacity, it will be cheaper for the rest of the world to buy goods from China.
Specifically the global south.
Sorry.
Yeah, specifically the global south. So I wanted to add something here. Now, I know our governments are corrupt and they're not going to take this plan into action because they're in bed with the IMF and World Bank. However, a simple strategy for us to actually be able to sort of industrialize and be free. So you take on the first idea we came up with of producing key sector materials that we can A, consume, and B, they have to buy from us. So you're protected in at least two sort of spheres. The next thing, actually the first thing really should be this. We need to be printing money and use MMT, modern monetary theory, as a sort of policy to get ahead. And how it works is very simple. If a government wasn't corrupt, so we call it government A. If, let's just say Nigeria, right? If Nigeria wasn't corrupt, aka you have people that infiltrate Nigerian government. Anyways, if Nigeria wasn't corrupt, what would happen is Nigeria would be the head of economics, God forbid. And then he would go and say, hey, let's go print $2 billion worth of naira and then give it to a company. That company will go and produce steel at an incredible rate. Now they'll be paying those workers. Now here's the thing, right? If you're paying the workers are not going to be buying PlayStation. They're going to be buying food and housing. Nigeria can already create its own houses, right? Good structure houses without needing to import too much of the materials, right? So these people will be in a housing scheme by the government, whereby they'll be able to put the money towards mortgages, whatever, and they're working just by buying food, the food which Nigeria can grow. So what that means is you're improving the Nigerian food market by making it self-sustainable. That's first. Secondly, you're also improving the Nigerian steel market because you have workers to go and work there. And then also you're improving on the Nigerian housing market. That money is not going to be spent, because these are not middle-class people, on middle-class products from China or the rest of the world. Meaning, once you've printed all that money, once you now start trading, right, the products that you created in that market, you just go and burn the money off, and then there is no hyperinflation. It's very simple strategy to work. Issue is no African government is not corrupt enough to allow that.
You're gonna need a tax base though. That's what you're forgetting. You know the tax from the regular people. You know you're gonna have to less pressurize the tax as far as like with the businesses, right? That you're funding, but the people that are buying these houses, right? Buying this produce or what have you, and the government needs taxes from that.
Yeah,
for
that's
that
standard.
plan.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, Big Black.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, how would the tax base? I'm hearing like a lot of countries in Africa, they pretty much not big on taxes, or they're afraid to like raise taxes. I don't. As far as like they're kind of lenient, very lenient when it comes to grabbing taxes from the average citizen.
Okay, yeah, okay, I see. Okay, so in this situation where you're printing money to give people jobs, you can collect taxes from them because you're the one who pays them directly. That's already an incentive there because you're controlling that whole market. So literally, you do this: you print $2 billion in naira, you go and invest heavily in a market. I mean, a industry like steel. You're revitalizing the Nigerian steel. You have workers, right? Because what I was trying to get at is, in Africa right now, we have a huge resource, which is human resource, but it's not value added. So you give these people a job working in an industry where they're creating value. I mean, they're learning a value. So by the end of it, not only do you have a value added population, a significant thousands of people that can work in a certain industry like steel, you also have the products, right? Like steel that's physically created. And then you also have the housing market that you just created there again, and food. So all these things, the whole point of this is you're going to be using that money to buy things within the local market, not external market, meaning there will be no hyperinflation. Once you've built all these things and now circulating in the market, you just collect the money back, equivalent amount, and you just burn it. So there's no hyperinflation. The government can just take the money back, even in taxes if they want, and then just reinvest that money somewhere else. Because what the West will tell you is you can't print money because you'll get hyperinflation. Now that only happens if you're printing money and you're not creating value.
That's right.
But if you create value instead, you're perfectly fine. That's what the American. I'm not saying anything interesting. I checked. This is how the American government does it.
That's right. That's right. And that's what I keep banging on about currency, because that circulation, you're talking about creating value. Creating value is a generation of value, which generates the value in the currency. So your currency gets more valuable, and the exchange rate. See, it's all the same thing. It's the circulation. It's the relationship between people, but it's all in the invisible realm. It's all visible.
So, besides, what you're trying to say is, not trying, what you're succeeding in saying is there is no free market. This idea, and I think this is where the African countries went wrong. I'm talking about the well-meaning African politicians. They believe in hyper competition as espoused by Scottish capitalists, right? There is no free market. Every market is controlled, right? If you look at property law in America, you can't even give your house to your kids without paying property tax, for example. Everything is controlled. You can't give away your house to a poor person. They have to sell their house in order to inherit it at around 40%. So point is, everything is heavily controlled. There is no free market. The issue is African governments don't seem to understand this. For example, let's just talk about something simple like agriculture. So many people, so many countries could become food stable if they went into partnership with the private sector within the countries. They could just say, hey, look, we're the government. We have X amount of land. You're a developer. Come in. We'll let you develop without having to buy the land. Once you're productive, you're now producing food. When you start selling it, we'll take the money to pay for the equivalent price of this land in the market by a percentage of the taxes coming from the food you're selling. It's not that complicated, yet they won't do it.
There's a problem here. There's a problem here in which, yes, I like the idea of incentivizing the private sector, but then how do you then regulate the private sector? Because if we don't regulate them like the Chinese are doing, then you have leakages from the external influencing how things run inside your country.
Right,
So how
because
do
that
you
was the
regulate
model. That was the model Nigeria used with décolleté, right?
I'm not too sure I understand. Can you repeat? Can you say that in a way that's different?
How do you regulate the private sector from external influences? As I mean, if a private sector, if you create a competition within your market, then you have to then seal it from external influences because it now becomes a competition. If they can get money from the United States, like saying they see some strategic business and they want to create an environment of monopoly or something, and they could just pay off a private individual like they will pay off a politician. How do you
Tribalize
protect
it,
them?
racialize it.
Yeah. Most countries already have a very progressive thing there about foreigners and how much they can own of a company and shareholdings. In Kenya, for example, a foreigner can't own more than a certain percent. It's less than 50%, etc. So some countries already have these implementations. I guess the shithole countries like Zambia and Malawi will have to go and make sure they implement these progressive things. But Ethiopia, Kenya, all these countries have a limit on how much a foreigner can own, or if they can even own. So, for example, if you're getting land, they can't ever own a land, no matter what sort of structure you have. Even if you build a trust, like a trust and beneficiary system.
Not even a foreigner, like your own private individuals, your own private people, public. Like you see the Chinese just calling up so many of their private citizens and disappearing them and all that stuff. That's an extreme example. But how do you make sure that they are not in cahoots with somebody else and all that stuff?
Yeah, that's a good question. Ultimately, I think you'll have to have an internal network of people to kind of see if they're benefiting the country. It has to be somewhat open-ended. The kind of policies you have, and you have to set up some kind of organization that will have to their job is just to kind of see, is this company benefiting Kenyans? For example, I don't want to say put laws, because laws can become stifling.
It comes back to that media. It comes back to that media network that you say you name and shame them. You understand? If you don't go the route of China, which is disappearing them, you name and shame them and just expose that their business is not good, and people will boycott them internally.
That's right. And also, because they're like the priesthood. You see, the priesthood is what's responsible. Because the British government, they know that, because they have in the House of Commons, and there's the House of Lords, and in the House of Lords, where all the power is supposed to be, they have special benches for the Lords spiritual. So the nation, the culture is in the hands of the priesthood, and they're the ones who recognize what does it mean to be Nigerian. What is Nigeria? They're responsible for the conservation of Nigerian values, and to see what entities are an enemy to the people and to Nigerian cultural values. That has to be preserved by a special group.
Yeah, exactly.
I do agree with what you say, Keizo, because obviously, like you said, you cannot just leave things haphazardly. You have to have a system around it as well. And yes, you have to have a system around where there's organizers that go around kind of scouting and studying and putting out reports on which companies are doing good for the country. You have to have that as well. Otherwise, it's just like anybody's just reporting on anything. Like what currently happens in Africa. Like currently, there are reporters and journalists going out there auditing these companies and reporting, but they are all left as siloed and individual. So the report never gets that far, or they get killed as well. So there has to be institutions to kind of audit this.
Exactly. We don't need to talk about that too deep. But we just need to set something up that can review. For example, let's say if the company is a carbon tax credit company, right? And for those who don't know what that is, now they're putting a limit on how much a company can, how much carbon they can release. So if they go over their yearly allowance, they have to pay a tax to be allowed to keep producing carbon. Let's say you're a car manufacturing company, you're spending a lot of energy, you're releasing a lot of carbon. After your allowance, let's say it's 20 tons. After 20 tons of carbon, you need to start paying tax on any extra carbon you release. So some companies are out there in Africa like Carbon Blue, for example, it's an Emirati company that is bought. I think the country, the size of France, the land the size of France in Africa right now, whereby they'll be growing whatever they're growing in order to satisfy. Basically, they're going to be selling these taxes to these companies, right? So a company like that, if you're going to set one up and you're African, you need to be growing food, not just growing trees and things like that. Grow something that you can leverage the productivity of to help your country. Things like that, right? You can set people up who are smart. They will meet, reconvene, and figure out, is the general idea of us improving our country, or is it general, are we going down? Things like that.
So Kaiser, so looking at the model that we discussed earlier, right? So okay, you get this report together. The report is the solution. We agree. So
Yes.
You present the report. We went through the conversation. You present the report to the government. The government of Nigeria will reject the report. Why? Because they're being paid by foreign people to reject it. So then you take that report to the private sector.
Yes.
Yes. And then you link the private sector with a media network.
Yes.
And that media network, the job of that media network is to shame those government officials who are taking the bribes from the West.
Mm-hmm.
And then that will purge the corruption in the government, and then allow the government to work well with the private business.
But
That's not a
ICT, that's the
sure.
thing.
That's not
That's
a
the
sure
thing.
solution.
Pardon?
That's not like a 100% solution. You know what I mean? It's because it's based off of just shaming and this. But there's also if we take them to the private sector and find ways to tweak the report to get it passed.
Yeah. ICT. That's the thing. In fact, sometimes it's sometimes it's even more dangerous to take it to the private sector, because those people sometimes could be motivated by interest, by pure interest and greed alone. Especially there's nothing to regulate them. If there's nothing to regulate them at all, so you will have to trust. You will have to use an element of trust that this private sector so we need to incentivize them. We need to find a way to incentivize them to how this is going to be a benefit to them, to kind of create this condition and environment for them, and that how they can protect it. And they need to know how they can protect their own interests internally,
Right.
rather than, it takes we come back to that idea of some level of elitism. There's some level of
That's
elitism,
right.
some level
That's
of
right.
clique,
That's right.
some
That's
level
right.
of clique that's
Yeah.
necessary, right? There's
So-
some level
so-
of people who trust each other that's necessary.
Yeah.
Because
So
if you
therefore,
just leave it open to the private
yes.
sector, I mean, that's what the West are doing. Say, we're going to go back into Africa. This is how we're gonna control back all the major infrastructures of Africa, so that we can leave them renting from us. We will build them the roads that the Chinese are doing. We'll compete against the Chinese. We build them the airports. We build them the railroads, and we will own them. And then we'll charge them rent. So this is how we're gonna do it. We will go and do government and private partnership. Government and private partnership. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That means
Yeah.
private companies with capabilities from the West partnering with governments in Africa. Fine, maybe that could work, but it is always that human element of greed where people can be passed. But how do we, our power right now, where we can gain immediate power? Unfortunately, of course I said it's hard to build data centers, but it's not really that hard. Do you understand? It's not really that hard. You just need a group of business people, a group of people with enough capital to actually to realize this is a benefit, to embark on this project and deliver it. In fact, a lot of other service providers will be so greedy to even want to provide services to these new emerging data centers all over Africa.
Yes,
because
that's right.
different African people are interested. You understand? They will say, "Oh, Africa is becoming a booming market." So a lot of ISPs, a lot of undersea cable providers will head towards that. It's becoming a boom. There's so many data centers and IT services coming. They will want to buy. They will want to service those people. It's gonna be a mess. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's gonna be a messy situation. But if we control the narrative and control the mood, the political mood, and the mindset, I say that if we control
Yes,
the mood based on our own media, we can definitely shape where we want things to go. We can
exactly.
definitely say we don't like this, we don't like this. We can do some other thing. So it's not going to be clean. I can't see a clean way. You go through the government people could be corrupted. You go through the private sector, that they could be corrupted. So what do you do? Maybe it's going to be a combination of, and maybe an internal combination of private and public sector kind of combination within Africa itself. I don't know. I think the ideas are great. Like for me right now, I can say perhaps I trust I trust some regimes in Africa. I will not leave it to the private sector. Like let's say like Burkina Faso or Mali at the moment. I'm not going to leave it to the private sector to be able to deal with that. I'm not going to leave it to personal interests because I don't know where that might go. So I trust the military government at the moment to do what they're doing.
Well,
You see what I'm saying?
You got to make it attractive to the government, right? You got to make these data centers
You see.
attractive to the government.
So it's either or. You understand what I mean? So which I don't know. In China, they trust their government a lot. In China, they trust their own rulers and authorities a lot to actually have their own best interests at heart. In Africa, we don't have that. That's why the Chinese are always calling down their private individuals all the way down to political authority. I mean, the Chinese foreign minister got disappeared. Nobody's asking about it. You understand what I mean? So
Having a data center, the first thing is like, okay, it's like you got to have a mission statement and a policy. It seems a bit lightweight, but it's not. It's the very foundation of the operation has got to be clearly stated. What are your values? You got to state the values even before you get the data center. You got to say what are you about? What is your media center about? What are your fundamental values? That's got to be clear.
You got to make it attractive to government. That's where IT comes in, right? When we talking about IT and everything, and
I can see why do you want them to have a mission statement per se, and what type of mission statement will be your favorite? Will be something of favor to you?
Yeah.
What would you like a company like that? Yeah.
Yeah, like for example, we just used Nigeria, so it would be a data center, and it would be the foundation would be Black African values. So that way, no. Let me finish. It may sound a bit stupid, but when you think about it, saying something simple like that, Black African values, right?
Yeah.
Going back to what you were saying, is that when foreign investment, when the foreign money starts coming in, right, it's going to be shaped by that fundamental idea. So it can't disappear.
Yeah, it's shaped by that. Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to have it. Have attraction. The government being attracted to that, right? What you're talking about, and there's ways to make it attractive to the government when you're dealing with IT, right? Because we're talking about companies that can benefit off government contracts. With as far as like the government wanting to review its data and find ways to save and make money, right? So that's when your IT sector comes in, and you get the contracts from the government.
You see the government, they're all prostitutes. Once you start making profit more than them, you can buy them off easy, and you can buy them from external competitors as well. So once these companies, private partners and all of it could be Kezo and Ike and his group, and it could be Daf and Tunaja and his group. All of us, we have money, and you all go in your different groups, and you're just popping out these different media, IT telecommunication service, could be security, could be software service, could be data centers, could be undersea cables, terrestrial networks, whatever it is. Multiple African people with their little money are partnering to bring this up. So if you're big enough, because that's a big market, you could start buying the politicians. But IT3, I want to hold on to your point about that you said about ethics. What ethos and ethics are you serving? Setting that stage as well. It's like you're setting an expectation as well. And people, a lot of African people will buy into that banner of I'm doing this for Black, for improving IT in Black countries, or I'm doing this for Pan-Africanist reasons or something like that. Yes. People will buy into that as well.
Definitely.
If a company is not adhering to that ethos or ethics as well, what is that? If it's not adhering to that, that's going to be a problem. But you will obviously find detractors that say, "Oh, I'm just in it for profit. I'm doing it for my own individual self." and all that stuff. I'm not here about some Pan-African shit and all that kind of stuff. I'm just doing it for my individual self. But the problem with those people is, look at this thing. Even in the UK, we acknowledge it. Why is it that many people don't get shit done in the UK or protest about anything just like they do? It's because we live such a siloed and individual lives and all that stuff. It's like each man to their own problem. They don't come together and do anything, even in the UK as well. Each community to their own. Each person to their own, especially the black community. We don't come together to do anything. So that individuality is
and on that point you're making there, that's what, because I didn't realize in all my years of progress, I didn't realize that activities that the government, there's a civil service, but the civil service is not the same as the government. The civil service is always there, but so I thought, conservative voted for the conservative government, and then they say, it's Labour, but the civil service remains. It's the civil service that holds the values. So people, whilst they're looking at conservative, while look at the liberals, while look at all these different parties, they're not looking at the civil service. The civil service are the quiet ones working in the background who preserve
I mean,
preserve
if you talk
the
about,
values of the nation.
MI6, you talk about
That's
MI6,
right.
MI5,
That's right.
the civil, all these inquiry groups or something, or I forgot what they call it in the UK. You know, when they do this cabinet, or where in the United States they have it as well. I forgot the name.
Exactly, they're in the
businessman
background.
is doing something bad. So yes, it's like a military. The civils, like the military, the civil service is always there to implement what the government wants. But the fact is, the civil service also hold in a bit of power. So all those elements of government together. How can we protect them? How can we protect them? How can we secure them? That's tonight's cue. But I don't know if you're sleeping. So there's a way also you have to secure that. You have to. There's also an element of security in anything. But I don't want to take tonight's thunder. Yeah, there's an element of how you secure those things as well.
That's right.
But without ICT, what you're advocating for, without putting a hard security in place, how do you still secure your ethos? How do you still secure your path? How do you secure the path of development?
Yes. So security is directly resulted from ethos, because any flaw in your mission and in what you're about, any flaw that can be found in that will be amplified and result in security breach. Security is really a state of mind, is where if people trust each other, when there's trust, they can't penetrate it. It's the same thing that leader from Singapore, they got that old guy that talks about setting up Singapore. He says that people were trying to bribe his people. But the people they were refusing the money, and they come back and told him they couldn't penetrate his government. So somehow when the people believe in the ethos, when they believe in what you're about, the security is tight.
Fundamentally. So I agree with Dr. Keizo, because I usually argue about him. I usually argue against him regarding elitism or something. But there is a space for certain for elites to begin something, because they have the capital to do it as well. So it's gonna take certain elite groups from all over the place to actually come together and actually implement something of a larger scale.
Because the elite are the priests. They're the priest class in the ancient world. They're the priest class. They're protecting the values. They're protecting those things that are untangible. That can't be handled.
You do know the power still lies within the majority. The people has to follow what the elites are doing. So,
of course,
and that's why the media, that's why the media element comes in.
Yes. So this is good. It's constructive discussion tonight. Solutions, database, communication, and then using the communication media.
I can tell you it's currently happening in Africa. Although it's not targeted or it's not controlled, it's taking effect and all that stuff. Because of this kind of decentralization of the internet and all that stuff, and all these different kind of services are coming from China, TikTok, and all that stuff. So many conversations are happening on the ground to the point that you're having a protest in Kenya against this bill as well. In West Africa, in my region, presidents are now starting to chart away for kind of not holding on to power and leaving power because they've seen what happens. Coups start to emerge, and or sometimes coup d'etat start when people get killed and they don't end up living a better life as well.
Exactly.
So they are starting to see that, oh, I can't hold on to power for more than 2 decades. I have to leave and all that stuff, or even less. So do I support the idea that we should all have the same type of governance all over the world? Not necessarily. There's multiple types of governance around the world. It depends on if the people are happy with that, and then there's also the case of how can you gauge that, right? So but at least we're not having, at least it is a good thing at the end of the day that people can, if they don't like a certain leader, they can get a breather from him at some point. So but everything requires a level of security as well. Everything requires a level of security. Fine. Fine.
And that security
If the
comes
government right now are compromised, you have no choice but to incentivize the elite, incentivize the private sector. You have no choice but to incentivize them to go down that route as well.
Yeah, and that is good media.
That's the only way you can work with private people. They have to have incentives for why it will be a good for them at the end of the day.
Yeah, and the media. Yeah, so and listening to what you were all saying, that there's a few elements. You must get your own data center. Learn from what happened to Africa Stream. And then because Africa Stream is the solution, is the way through. It's just that they sorted out they sorted out the database was hacked, but Africa Stream was shaping the narrative, like you said earlier on, controlling the narrative, control the narrative.
More like especially the more dangerous one is shape the political mood. Shape the mood of politics in the country. Because if you shape the mood, you don't know what kind of reactions you might get. You shape the mood to be very...
Why do you think TikTok was ostracized so much to the point whereby they have to give American overseers control over the Western clouds, right? Chinese government doesn't directly control that. That's American employees who work for American government, who then will be checking what sort of information is being sent to the American TikTok users. So African countries don't have that ability or even care to do that, for example. So I mean, the war of the mind is probably the most important war. And imagine if we had a company as big as TikTok, right? Like just a company in African countries. Bro, we could shape our own minds and decolonize ourselves immediately.
Yes.
So if you look at these things, and I mentioned this before, when I'm in Africa, I look at TikTok. Do you know what you see? You just see a bunch of girls dancing and looking cute on camera. That's it. I'm not exaggerating. That's just what the TikTok shows. Then when I'm in the UK, I keep seeing political conversations, right? Why do you think? Anyways. So there is a different market based on what they're sending. In Africa, they're just sending people useless, cutesy videos. Meanwhile, around the world, they actually control their narrative. So, it is what it is, right? And that's the problem.
I mean,
but we have a solution. It's still a solution. Anyway, good night. Oh, thank you for the conversation. Very good conversation. Very positive. And we were talking solutions. Good night.
True. Yeah, peace. Thanks for coming through, Messiah C3.
Nice. See you soon.
And Keizo, you'll be surprised that these people are actually ahead of us as well. Like, you'll be surprised how much the shareholders of major telecommunication companies or major TV stations they own in Africa and all that.
No, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm well aware. Like, even Safaricom Kenya is owned like 30% by Vodacom, which is owned by Vodafone. I mean,
that leads all the way back to.
Yeah, so what that means is we don't really have control over them. If
so there's two ways to go about this, right? So you either work within the system to kind of free yourself, or you just take a whole wrench like a military guy and come and just completely just put a
Well,
whole
that's
wrench
not
in it.
possible for these countries. Maybe for kind of the countries that already have that reality, we can work with them. But we're not going to just go to
Like
Nigeria.
the leader in Senegal and all that stuff, he knows exactly. He wants to kind of like renegotiate. Of course, he's going to use the word renegotiate. He's not going to say, I'm going to terminate all these contracts and all that stuff. So we're going to renegotiate to Senegal's benefit. And, some people are being reactionary saying, oh, why is he not just doing like the Burkina Faso guy is doing? Because he can't. Senegal is too entrenched into the West and France. So he has to kind of find a much more way to work within the system to at least crawl back some benefits and all that kind of stuff. So you can't just go. So that's the situation that a lot of the coastal West African countries find themselves in as well, and even some in East Africa and all that stuff. So how even South Africa to a certain extent, it was on Musanda the other day just saying the president went back begging for money. So we are in a if watch that YouTube channel I just sent you, Geopolitical Economy Report as well. Very good reports. I mean, right now they're too focused on Israel and Palestine and all that stuff. But before that, they were focused on these the global south and all that kind of stuff. So it's a good channel. I think it will give you a lot of talking points, a lot of topics to choose and all that stuff. I was gonna do that if I carried on my YouTube stuff, but I don't have time. You know what I mean? I don't. I'm just not that much of a. Nah, I'm not. It's not my thing. I'd rather participate as a panelist. But yeah, it's not. I think that's the way. If you want to encourage Africans to do that, you should definitely try to encourage them. Or if you want to create a narrative where Africans should go into business on a private basis, like they will be Africans out there with money, but they will not choose to work together. You understand? Like you and Ike and all that stuff. You came to work together. Maybe you stipulated down some contracts, but it's actually based on trust as well.
Sure.
It's based on trust.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, contracts are only there to protect you. They're not there to help you navigate that space. Ultimately, trust is key.
Yeah.
All right, let me just shout out to quickly before we go on. Shout out to Oscar Blackburn. Thank you very much for supporting us with the $5 coffee. Appreciate the support. Always appreciate the support. Is Tunanja there, or is he like masturbating with his wife, or what's going on tonight?
Tunanja sometimes can be funny. I know that's like this guy.
What are you talking about, you shameless people?
Tunanja can be funny sometimes.
I was just listening to you guys in the background talking about possible solutions, which I must say was a little bit productive. Case it wasn't going off on a tangent.
Oh, he was gonna do that tonight. He was gonna do that. He started it off in the beginning like that, but Gas them up came and completely turned the whole thing around and all that stuff. Gas them up interrupted what he was trying to present, and then it turned into something, and it actually led into a much more.
I was having a good show tonight. I was like showing Africans like having a cow pee on their head, and then Gas them up came to disturb the show.
Yeah, from what everybody has been saying, well, I think somebody touched on it now. If you don't have the resources, it's like a seed, just put in a kind of isolation. Without the soil, without all the necessary space, you can't function, and that's where resources come in. If you don't have resources, the concepts are all there. A lot of our people understand it now. I think the resources is where the problem is. How do you go about securing the resources? In the past, and I think that's where the conversation should be heading, because I think we all, for years now, have been having these conversations. In the past, when you look at how they've done it in the past, those days they were looking for benefactors that share their own goals. They sell magazines. They do the kind of stuff Kezo is doing, but on a way that they can be able to fund the ideology to spread everywhere. But on YouTube, it's like when you have one channel, the ideology doesn't necessarily spread everywhere. Because those days, if you can print in leaflets and distribute it, it's like very high level tech. I guess it's equivalent to what you would call like a proper TV channel today, where you have a TV channel that reaches millions at a time. You see what I mean? But those days, if you can reach 1,000 people at a time is massive. They will spread information from there. So based on what we have now, we would need to have some significant presence in media to be able to start getting the ideas across to a lot of people that can lead to the kind of change we want to see. And I hope that's the direction the conversation should be going, because we all know what needs to be done. Most of us, our ideas are sound enough to transform the continent. That of Kezo, that of one man. Almost everybody has got good ideas.
Even one man? I saw one man is like
you know what? I thought about it for a second, but I hope one man doesn't come for me for that. I thought about it. Should I include one man on that list? So yeah, but most of us have got very, very good ideas. So in the end, we just need to start.
You need to stop spending time on that useless Nigerian side of YouTube. It's pointless. Stay on here. Here's where you're gonna make real money.
Yeah, but you have to fix your country first before you can even manage to fix anything else. At least you have to try anyway. Let's put it
those
that way.
people are stiff-necked. They don't even accept what you're telling them. You understand what we're saying, Niger? You want to be somewhere where people are receptive to even the idea. You have to fight those people to even understand what you're saying. That's a separate problem you're dealing with.
I think the reason why there's also another good reason to engage is because then it gives you a way of being able to understand how to talk to people, especially in the context of people that are looking from the context of their own tribe, nations. Because if we only talk to the intellectuals that understand these things at a certain level, it might be difficult to relate the message to people on the ground. So you have to have a way of distilling the message from this high level to a lower level. And believe me, I do struggle with that. It's quite a challenge, actually, to be able to, distill the message in a simple way that anybody on the ground in Nigeria can be able to understand. And I think that skill set is something maybe we should be learning, because it's actually part of the ability to generate the outcome that we want, and also the resources that we want. If you want to generate that resources, you need to reach more people, and if you know how to talk to them, communicate with them, you could reach them.
I think it's good that you're dividing your time. I think both can be done. You're dividing your time between your nationalistic objectives or nationalistic tendencies. It's good you're using that. And then you're also having time for this kind of a much more geopolitical thing, which I don't necessarily come because it's Nigeria. If you're talking about Nnamdi Kanu, I got no time. I'll just come there just to watch and laugh and all that stuff.
Hang on. The only issue I have with the Nigerian side of YouTube is it's too detailed. It's too political. It ends up turning into why I can't stand this whole political.
You just put that stuff to that UFC. Every time he comes here, just Nigeria, and it turns into whole Nigeria from the end. I was like, what's going on here? Okay, sorry, I'm joking.
The issue is not the Nigerian part; it's the fact that it's political and it's very detailed, right? It doesn't have breadth; it's just depth. And the issue with that is you don't end up actually achieving anything because you're just arguing about which leader is better than the other one, rather than actually tackling the issue. That's the issue I have. It's too. It needs to be breadth, right? You need to be able to leave that very circular, insular sort of level of thinking. This is why. Why do you think I never do videos on Kamala Harris versus Trump? Because it's stupid. They're the same. There's no difference. So am I gonna start spending 5 hours, figuring out the difference between Trump and this one? On this day they said this, then on that day they said that. It's stupid. We should be discussing ideas.
What do you think about that, Niger? What do you think about that? What do you think about what Kato said, that the Nigerian politics is too focused, is very insular and too focused on what's happening rather than actually seeing a much more bigger, wider scope?
I think that is definitely true. I try to have those type of conversations with them, and one of the ways that make it clear to them is that you can discuss all these national, local politics as much as you want. That however, the more consequential aspect is what is happening on the macro level, and by and large they are receptive of it, and but you have to keep having these type of conversations, and even beginning to think about having conversations about ideas, just ideas on their own, because you have to start having that kind of culture where people start thinking about different ideas and different ways of perceiving the world and reality for them to be able to reshape it, especially the generation that is coming. Because I think there was this stuff that I saw. Was it Sowell, the Sowell of the US or something? He was saying something about how why is it that Ireland versus England, they are almost similar sized nation, but England emerged so differently. And he says part of it may have to do with the fact that the English people had a culture of encouraging different ideas, and but some people will say just the natural resources
Nah,
England was surrounded by.
I don't think any of that is true. I think it's because they got colonized by the Roman Empire, and Englishmen
Yeah.
were essentially Germanic people. They're not even Celtic or this sort of people.
The Irish
They're already
were late.
But the Romans colonized other people too now, so you can argue that.
They colonized the Irish.
No, I don't think they colonized the Irish. I think you have a point there as relation to that same island. Yeah, they didn't colonize the Irish, so that makes sense. That it's the English that gained from it. They gained.
Right, that's actually the main reason. Because, and I've mentioned this before. I wish the Nilots didn't defend us against the Roman Empire. We would have been colonized by.
Oh my God, what kind of rubbish thinking is that? Sometimes you come up with this stuff, man.
No, it's true to Niger, right? Like,
Yeah, but you can argue that the Nilots should have emerged by being able to defend themselves. They should have woken up and said no more and be a lot stronger. In a way, that is quite a failing on theirs.
We are genetically, I think we are a very complacent people. Even the Habesha, what you call Ethiopians, they had the ability to colonize Africa and spread Christianity, but they didn't, even within their own region. But almost only got colonized recently, like during the council, what you guys Berlin conference. That's the only time they realized, oh yeah, let us colonize the southern nations people, then make them fight against
mentality. Is that mentality of Africans that Snakeman and Kama highlighted? Let me say, the Romans, just because they get defeated once, it doesn't mean they give up on those campaigns. They give up on the campaigns in Africa, especially Southern Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, because of the Sahara Desert. They couldn't just keep maintaining those long distance campaigns. So they will one attack and it's enough. What's the point of colonizing that part anyway? It's just a whole desert that's endless. But in Europe, it's like it's constant. You understand me? So I think that is potential. That's another reason. This Snakeman and Hammer highlighted we Africans, we expand, we scale up or expand, but always to a certain point. We never go above or wanting to conquer it all. Now, why is it that we don't want to always conquer it all? We do expand, we do that, but there's always a certain limit and all that. And I'm thinking, why is that the reason? What do you guys think?
I think it may be a kind of environmental reasons to that. It's also curbing our need to expand, because if you look at the US too, when they had their own nation, they were quite a kind of insular. They were not really expansive at that time. It took a long time before they even started branching out into world affairs and stuff like that. So it might have something to do with it, because they were also kind of isolated from most of the world. America was on its own basically.
Are you sure, Tanaja?
Yeah, okay. They were trading with China and all those people, but they were not in terms of. Yes, they were trading
they were selling cotton around the world. I mean, no, that's just a narrative they tell you. America was always in the international market.
Okay, I get what you mean, but in terms of global power,
they were literally involved in the biggest trade in the world to Niger.
Are you talking about with the Chinese?
Yeah. No, the slave freaking trade. They were trading in human commodities.
Let me see.
You can't remove the slave trade from what made them extremely rich. They actually was involved in the biggest trade in the market at that time.
And I get what you mean regarding that. I think most of the people that were involved then, okay, yes, they were British and they were also in America. However, Britain was the power of the world at that time. French, Spanish, they were the ones really starting their dominance, not necessarily America on its own. So it was later on America started emerging, and it's not necessarily because they forced them. They got involved in the wars, especially the First and Second World War. That's where America really emerged. So I think maybe that's what's affecting us to an extent. It's not the same.
You said the Civil War? You talking about the American Civil War or the Revolution?
The First and Second World Wars. That's where America totally emerged in the world. I think the First World War gave them some advantages. Then the Second World War just completely sealed it in. And because all the rest of the world was completely exhausted by the time that war was done, America was just like bouncing and stronger.
Yeah, that's when America took over as the world currency reserve.
America wasn't like really in those wars. They were like supporting the people that was in the wars. They didn't get to war to both of those wars.
Like they are doing today again. The same strategy.
It is environmental to Niger ultimately, because like I say, Africa at that time, yes, you had a desert, but the fact is you have a lot of space. And when you live in a time where you have a lot of space, that you tend to develop that when you're not backed into a corner, you don't tend to fight to your last breath. You just pack up and move somewhere else when somebody invades you and all that kind of stuff. So when there's enough for everybody, you can see why people will develop a mindset that why do you need to take everything? Why do you need to possess everything? Why does everything have to belong to you? There's enough for everybody. You don't need to kill, steal, be this aggressive to take. You understand? So that sense of abundance and plenty, there's plenty for everyone. There's plenty of space, plenty of time, plenty of data for everybody. So there's no need to actually take it all and own it all and have it be. While in Europe, it will be a different case. All right, they have less time.
There is another level of complacency that I think may have also caused our problem. Not only the isolation because of the Sahara, there's also the issue of even when you make it across the other side, like through the ocean, you still have the issue of malaria and all those things, a kind of yellow fever, all kinds of stuff affecting all those people that came around. So we never really felt like these people could come and totally rule us, because they never really survived there for longer periods of time. So we never saw the threat fully until they found the cure for malaria. Suddenly, the whole thing just changed.
Yeah,
and
what do you expect of a people who live in times of plenty? You know what that's saying? That saying that goes like, hard times make strong men. Strong men bring easy times. Easy times bring soft men. So if you are in an era of plenty, of course you will be the only way you will develop will not be like out of hostility. It will be more like sedentary social kind of stuff. You will develop as a human being in that way. So you will be a hospitable type of human being when other much more aggressive people come.
But
so
what about the Africans that live in the desert? They're barely anything.
I mean, you have the normal, but your sense of threat will be kind of diminished. Do you understand what I mean?
No, they are different though. I spoke to a Nigerian when I was in Nigeria recently, and I spoke to a northerner that is Hausa. He gave a description of a Fulani versus a typical Hausa man. He says a Fulani man will be ready to sacrifice for even his cow. He will sacrifice the life of somebody for his cow. The reason why he's saying, and he said, but an Hausa man will not do that. Then I said, do you know why the Fulani man will do that? Because the Fulani man they believe that at least if that cow survives, the next generation will survive. They are willing to sacrifice themselves, or according to him, he said the Fulani man is willing to sacrifice themselves for the cow. He said because they see life as very transient, that they are willing to make the necessary sacrifice, but while the other groups are not. And that says a lot about us actually. It might point,
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it might point to something quite inherent within our natures, between people like that are desert dwelling that have scarcity versus those that seem to have relative.
I agree,
abundance.
but then the desert dwellers lack IQ. But we'll come back to that in a second.
Do you know what are you talking about? It turns out that they are more correct because
what
the
you
IQ
want
they
is,
have. See,
what
the
you want
ability
is
to sacrifice is a greater knowledge. That sacrifice means that you can see through time.
So let me ask you, right?
Didn't that like kill your whole argument about having abundance would make you like ruthless if the niggas that live in the desert are not ruthless and less educated?
Ruthless. It makes you ruthless when you're in the desert. It makes you
It
more
makes you ruthless when you're in
at
a
least
time
he
of scarcity.
appears as ruthless. It's just
Do
that
you guys know this guy?
Seeking to conquer it all.
That and Tunaja, do you know this guy?
he looks familiar. I think
It's some Nigerian. Is it some Nigerian content creator? Now, what my issue with people like this is, people like this are those people that speak on African topic, but for some reason they're very Eurocentric in their analysis. For example, when Africa Stream was banned, they were like, "Oh, but they didn't do anything wrong." I'm like, how the hell did that even come through his mind? People like this believe in the illusion of free speech and all those things without sort of looking at it from a geopolitical strategic sort of level. These are coons in disguise of Pan-Africanism, right? Because ultimately they don't even know that there's a war. Like it's almost like every time something happens, it hits them. Like they have to like reconceptualize what the hell just happened.
Look like from how it looked to me, Pan-Africanists, they really not even ready for war.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. As Dante said, they're not ready for war. They still think and believe in all these things and these concepts. It's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a way, because the concept of being able to take the necessary hard decisions.
You guys need to mix with the Somalis and the Fulani so that your Bantu docile genes gets extended and their low IQ gets extended. Best of both worlds.
Hold on now. I think the concept of being able to make decisions, knowing full well that you may not survive that decision because you are projected that in the future it will be better off for your own people, that concept is not inherently linked to the way we tend to do things as a people, especially in the southern parts of Africa. The desert dwellers tend to have that concept, but it tends to be restricted to their own community, not necessarily because they don't have a lot of power, because most of them that are in those areas tend to have a lot of scarcity.
I think we see it as a kind of madness to Niger. Don't you think? We see it as a kind of madness. Why would you just when we look at Fulanis, we can see this person is mad. This person will kill you over nothing and all that stuff.
But we don't understand. We don't understand that they can see beyond themselves. But then the question arises: how did the Europeans manage to
a certain extent, though, to Niger? It's low IQ in a certain extent. I mean, kids, when you look at Somalis behave the way they do, the way they just quickly jump into killing, stabbing each other, and all that stuff. I mean, if you look at them, they are some of the most inhospitable people around the world. You understand me? Like if
I think if what you are saying, okay, you may be right from the point of view of if they start fighting each other, but I don't think Fulanis are fighting each other necessarily. Okay,
why are you missing the point? As you think I'm just joking. The best way is to mix with them, right? Your docile genes will counteract their crazy genes, so you'll get a more hostile, high IQ individual.
Or you get the worst.
Yeah, who is this spellcaster person?
The docile and crazy
genes. Spellcaster, bring your bitch ass up here. Your scary ass.
Imagine if you get the docile and crazy gene on top of you. That is the worst of both.
Have you seen Kikuyus, for example? Right, Kikuyus are mixed with Somalis and the Nilotes, right? The Maasais. That's why right now they're the people competing against. Why do you think they were the freedom fighters in Kenya? Right, there is a reason behind this. It's because they are the mixed tribe that encompasses the Nilotic crazy genes with the Bantu's higher IQ. So you mix those two properties, you get a superior competitor to the Indians. Why do you think Kenya was not overtaken by the Indians, but Uganda was, even after they kicked them out? I've been to Uganda. It's the key sectors are controlled by Indians. Kenya is not anymore, right? So
are the Indians trying to take over Kenya slowly?
Yeah.
I thought India may kick the Indians out.
Oh, Tunaja, Bantus are superior when it comes to intellectual ability. Nilotes are superior when it comes to that warrior gene. Mix the two, you get a superior African, high IQ with a warrior gene. That's it.
Warrior,
or you could risk getting the worst of both. You keep only.
I already told you. Give me a situation where they got best. I've told you where they get best. Tunaja, why do you think I'm fighting you right now? Because I don't have just the docile genes. What?
I don't know, bro. You talking about being colonized? That sounds pretty docile to me.
Oh, you think he's funny, Dante? Don't worry, man. I'll sell you again for a shoe this time.
The Waggers, the Waggers are willing to collaborate and sell the
That's how they get the Africans. They send the white woman.
Yeah, Tunaja, what it is basically, they do have a much more. I mean, if you look at Africa today and how it is, which people would you say have expanded further more than the others? If you look at the bigger tribes in Africa, you'll find that they're actually these Cushitic, these desert tribes and all that, that have actually moved around and migrated a lot more than all the other coastal tribes.
Yeah. I don't know what I can say that necessarily, because I guess you can argue that because the coastal tribes tend to be more sedentary, they have settlement, but while the others move around by default because of migration patterns. So you could argue that, but they too are quite mixed though.
What about Somalia? Okay, let's say Fulanis, for instance. They came from northern Africa, like around the Sahara area. Obviously, as the desert is coming, even now they're still encroaching down south. As the desert was coming, they kept moving down south, and they've been obviously mixed with North Africans as well. So their lifestyle, which is a nomadic one, kind of leads into their migration patterns as well. But they're quite widespread. The Berbers moving all the way from West Africa, traversing multiple countries, Libya, Algeria, Niger, and all these other tribes. And even in Somalia, one of the biggest tribes in Africa, and all of that. So the Ethiopians, I can't understand, but maybe Christianity made them a bit more sedentary in a way. Christianity kind of civilized them, right? Rather than Islam will really tell you to go on a jihad as well. So, I think that potential could be the reason why some of those Ethiopians never did. But if you look at the Bantu Niger Congo tribes, they are still where they belong from they're still in the ancestral lands.
That is quite.
Maybe competition later.
Hang on, that. What do you mean ancestral land?
That is not true though. Except you are unaware of the Bantu expansion.
Hang on. Yeah,
I don't mean it like that. I don't mean it like that. Okay, yes, there's the Bantu expansion.
Yeah, literally Bantus. But let me give you what I mean by it. Bantus, right, are not really docile. Bantus are what you call a long-term strategy, sedentary based lifestyle. It works across time. That's why the richest Black African countries are all Bantu countries. Namibia, South Africa, et al. Right? They have a long-term strategy. They can sit down for years and get a proverbial PhD. They can sit down and study and get shit did. The issue is that docility. It's in real-time docility, but it can get activated, like what happened in Rwanda. Let's not go into that sort of discussion. You can activate.
So y'all always turn up on other black people, but y'all outside white people.
That's what you call getting activated.
What happened to the Bantus when they was in the Ukraine and they was in Poland trying to get in there? They sat there and listened to the white people.
Imagine what you call getting activated. What kind of activation is that? They go and commit genocide.
Well, you don't say right what they did, but the point is, Bantus are not. It's not like they're docile because they're stupid. It's because it's a strategy that works for them, right? It's a long-term strategy. Meanwhile, the Nilotic and Cushitic warrior gene is actually real-time, and I've stated this before. But if you're in the desert, there's a real lion in your face. You have to fight that lion, or it eats you, and you are dead. So they have to be more aggressive in real time. A Bantu is in a farm. The fight they're fighting is pesticides. Pests. Right, long-term strategy. Right, no lion is going to come and eat them immediately.
What are you talking about? Ain't the lions like in the greenlands, bro? Ain't the niggas in the desert? It's not too many lions in the desert.
What he's saying. Let's hear him out. There's some logic to maybe what he's saying. I'm just trying to hear.
There's logic. 100%. I agree. Tunaja, it frustrates me how I watch Christian Nigerians in the north.
And don't Mouse gotta kill a lion to become a warrior or whatever.
Multiple times they come and
just gotta kill a lion in certain parts to become men and shit.
Okay, so Dante, a lion is not going to go to a Bantu settlement. A Bantu will go to the lion settlement. So Bantus were chasing lions. They're the only high IQ Africans. The other Africans were being chased by the animals, and the animals kept winning and taking all the Africans' land. So what do you think when the white man came to Africa, there was more animals than people? There was only 2 million people in Kenya because the animals were winning. They kept taking the human settlement. The animals were winning.
Oh my God, this guy talks crap.
The people in Africa.
Oh my God.
Bro,
only the white man and the animals that took over.
The animals pushing them into the
animals were winning. That's funny. That's a funny one there. That's ridiculous though. But I think maybe there's some truth to what you're saying though about this long-term game. The long-term game game the Bantus tend to play. It's almost similar to what the Northern Nigerians are playing right now. They play the game of population more like they are large and they are not necessarily in your face aggressive necessarily. They will just play the game. Then eventually, when they get strong enough, if you do something, you find out the hard way that they do have power. So you can see an element of that from the history anyway. Because if you look at the Tutsis, they are less in population than the Hutus. You can argue that why did that happen? After all, the Hutus are supposed to be the weak ones. Why is that they are so much more in population? So that could tie into the reasoning that this Ikezo was just stated.
Right. And Tanaja, when now you mix the Nilo Kushite with the Bantu, you get a Kikuyu. And a Kikuyu will fight for their land and dominance, and also they will be the largest tribe in Kenya. So you get the best of both worlds. Large, dominant tribe with also high enough IQ to actually reproduce at the large enough numbers. So that's what we need. We need Africans to mix so that we can remove some of these short-term docile genes and activate the high IQ in those bush people.
But sometimes you need the aggressive ones, because if you don't have those aggressive ones,
we leave those behind for warrior class. Like, I'll give you an example. In Kenya, right, there's a tribe called the Nubians, right? Nubians are one of the tribes in Kenya, right? You will not know this because the government, okay, I'm not going to talk about it, but people say they were being oppressed by the government, right? Now, the Nubians, right? Why do you think they're in Kenya? It's because they were brought in by the British because they're warrior class. That's it. So we can be very specific, right, and utilize certain tribes based on. We can practice African eugenics, right? It doesn't have to be Eurocentric eugenics, right? Whereby we mix to produce the best Africans, and then the unmixed ones we leave them to be taking care of whatever we need them to do.
We need to produce a Donta, someone like Donta, and all that, a Black American, a supreme black, like Nakmizi says.
Is that not happening organically anyway? To an extent, we do have some African tribes that are quite, aggressive. But I must say, almost all the black tribes put together are still relatively geopolitically asleep. They are not very much aware. It's not because they cannot engage, but if you don't know stuff, how are you supposed to engage? You need the information to know those things. I think that was part of the earlier discussion. So until they start engaging, we will not see the results of the creativity that Africans are capable of doing, because you need access to information before you can start applying it in creative ways that we've never seen in the world. But I still am worried to an extent because of the nature of the areas we inhabited, how we were sheltered. But that may have left us a kind of even genetically complacent, and that would be quite dangerous. No, because it could, in terms of being able to compete within the other human groups, it could because we have just been shielded by
it's not just us
and all that stuff. They have led to a problem.
It's not just us. You find, it's not just us. You find in the Amazon, it's also like that. People are still undiscovered in the Amazon jungle and all that stuff. These people are still behind. You find it in the islands in Oceania. If you read everything the Europeans go, or you watch videos on it, everything the Europeans, upon first encounter, everything they seem to name is how friendly the people are. How friendly and hospitable these people are. And it's not just Africans. How hospitable and lovely these people are. Christopher Columbus even wrote and joked about it's so easy to take from these people, especially the Aztec, the Mexicans. They always say how friendly these people are and all that stuff. So it's not just Africans. I think Europe particularly was a special case. Not necessarily Europe. You have the Genghis Khan people from the north. Genghis Khan, you have that. But Europe specifically, they with that tiny space there and all that. Because I keep wondering, and I'm watching, say these Europeans had a field day wandering the world just to discover new places around the world and all that stuff, and then having to write about them. I imagine
they had to work for it first. They was killing each other for a long time, and black people weren't killing each other like that.
it may be less genetic than we may have discussed this before. I think someone, maybe it was you, brought up the whole good times create weak men create hard times, and blah blah blah. That circle, right? You mentioned this before. So what could be the case is that actually we were naturally in just perpetual good times because the population is low, there's abundance in food and diversity in climate. You can just walk if there's no animals in Kenya to hunt, just walk to Tanzania or Uganda where there's fruits and bananas growing everywhere.
I watch enough Nigerian films. And what I see in them is every time another community attacks another, they just pack up their stuff and move to another land and
right.
settle.
There's no need to fight. So what that basically would mean is that Europeans right now are actually on the weak side with postmodernism, liberal thinking, and these soy boys being created. It means they can't even defend
Not too
themselves.
weak though, bro. They got something y'all don't get. They got nukes.
True. Yes. Okay. True. You're right about that one. However, but let's just assume, let's put our head in the sand and assume
it's like, bro, the white man always, if you want to think with that kind of logic, the white man always been weaker than the black man. He just used guns to control us.
Okay. I see. However, what the white man is doing, and also the Korean man, is breeding themselves out of existence, right? The average white woman is only giving 1.3 kids per woman. Right now, none of these European countries can function. Very soon, right? That's why they're actually secretly allowing immigrants in, just so that they can pay into the social security system.
I don't think we should necessarily buy so strongly into that narrative because their population, let's not make any mistake, is still higher than it was in 1960.
Sure.
So they are still extremely
But Nigel, with abortion
population.
rights for women and feminism, do you think it's going to increase? No, of course not.
If it declines to a point where it becomes a major concern for them, that is, it threatens their power, you will see them again. And I think if we take that as a measure of their decline,
I don't think they are.
I don't think we should
I
rely
think it
on
may
that.
be actually genetic. Yeah.
We have to do our own bit.
Okay, here's my issue. We right now have a genetic advantage, right? If we don't do anything right now, what will happen is within the next 70 years.
Ben had a genetic advantage. Why do you think the white men always use us for the Olympics? You'll never see no white boys running in the Olympics.
They don't have to run. They have this thing, rowing. They have archery. They have other things that they win.
No, they're only winning those other sports because we don't have access to training. We don't have access to enter these.
Bro, but Jamaica's won the ball splitting contest, bro. They didn't live in Jamaica, bro.
I think that is a little bit overstated. See,
it's culture.
Let me add one point there because I feel we've never had anybody say this before. You see, people that should be inventing the nuclear weapons, the people that should be going to space and all that, those sort of people within our population, maybe some of the ones running 100 meters, winning 100 meters and all the rest. Our bests are not doing the greatest things. No, it's true because every population produces some of these greats. But where are they within our population? They are there singing songs and running sports. And then when they defeat Europeans, we act as if we are defeating their best. Their best are doing great things out there.
The bigger the foot, the bigger the foot, the bigger the male member. The bigger the male member, the lower the IQ. So Nigeria, these are not our best and brightest. Don't worry.
My point I'm making is that they are best. See, the reason why I say that is because, like, when you listen to some African American musicians, they are like geniuses, and it's like then you ask yourself, why is it that the outcome for these people is so low? You can ask yourself, you can surmise that these are some of their best at that time. And they are emerging, and what they are doing is within music. Look at Michael Jackson, all those great musicians that emerged. But within the white community, where did these people show up? They show up as Einstein and Neil Armstrong and stuff like that.
If you made this argument like just after like 20 years after colonization, I would agree with your point. However, right now, education is not, or even intelligence is not the issue. It's the market. We haven't created a market that prioritizes highly skilled individuals in intellectual fields. So it's a culture. It's a cultural problem. Like we have access to intelligent. I mean, look, I'm a genius. I have an IQ of 582. You are half a genius. Your IQ is at least 73, right? Darth is there with 600. Dante is like 1,000 IQ, right?
Oh God.
You see what I'm saying,
I'm
right?
the donkey. Yeah, it's all good. Go ahead.
So, yeah. So yes, these people are bright, right? But we don't lack, right, access to extremely intelligent Africans. What we lack is a market system that is gamified, meaning I, as a Nigerian doctor, will stay in Nigeria because I'll benefit more in Nigeria. That's it. That's the only thing we're lacking right now.
Yeah, 'cause I think it's bullshit that y'all got to get a whole nother degree when y'all got a degree from y'all country when y'all come to America. That makes it seem like y'all don't know what y'all doing, but you went to school in your country to know what you're doing. That goes to show that the white man's education is better than the black African man's education, from what they said to me.
So as a black African man, having an education system, we inherited the one from colonialism, which definitely is not serving. It's not serving our purpose. It's not serving our purpose to be even productive for ourselves, to be independent. So, one thing I have to say is, to Niger, you're approaching it from what Kate was saying is building a market around it, or kind of building a system around it. Before we even got that, like initially to begin with, why is it that we never actually had these like intellectual spaces, or this space for intellectualism in Africa or something? This space for kind of people who are on the extreme ends of our societies, people who are like, or who are special. You know, why didn't we cater to those kind of people? I think it's because we are very traditionalist type of people, and I was telling gas them up for some. We are very traditionalist type, staunch traditionalist, and because of that, we don't actually. It's always about the collective. It's always about the collective. We don't actually seem to give enough space, maybe not enough space for those who are kind of strange and inquisitive in our societies.
Yep, that's true.
But the Benin Kingdom did exhibit a level of dynamism.
Yeah, that's one kingdom, right?
And
But we're talking about the whole.
I agree with you. But there is also the ones in the north of Nigeria, the Bono Empire, and there are quite a lot of kingdoms in Nigeria
Things
that have
haven't changed.
element.
Technology hasn't evolved in Africa ever since European. It's like things that we could do. You know, it's funny. Look at all these Senegalese and Senegambians and all these Africans trying to come to Spain after 600 years of Europeans building wooden ships and all that stuff. We are still using the same type of wooden ship trying to travel Europe, travel the ocean, and the ship doesn't. It ends up in the Canary Islands. Sometimes sometimes they get diverted to Brazil. They end up in Brazil.
He's right.
Senegalese ending up everywhere.
Hold on. I think you are looking at it. Those things you said they are true. They are true, but you have to look at it from a kind of collective the way things happen as a group, and you can't just change stuff like that until
let me ask you a simple question.
Culture itself. Yeah, go ahead.
Why didn't we, like, and when I say we, I'm talking about West Africans, since apparently only the Wangas will close in East Africa, right? Why didn't we develop textile industries in Africa, for example?
Oh, we did. I'm sorry.
No, hang on. No, that's not develop. I didn't say create. Okay. I'm saying develop, right? All the prints, not all, but most of the cheap prints come from where? Holland. In all African countries, we don't make cheap prints. We do traditional, very expensive dyes and all that stuff with the houses and stuff. But for some reason, we don't understand consumerism. We don't understand projecting things into the future. We just know simple barter trade. I want this. You make this. You give me this. I give you that.
I think the reason why
done the same way.
Sorry, I think the reason why that is not showing up is because things happen in stages. You have to have your space before you can now start having the idea of trying to expand the industries and build them to become scaled.
No, Niger, no, you're wrong, and I'll tell you why you're wrong.
Okay.
The average African who's educated is higher level than the average European. That much is very clear. We are a hyper high level in society at an individual scale, but collectively we haven't built any systems that allows the average normie to succeed. The issue here is the culture that we perpetuate isn't productive. right? We lack productivity as a cultural attribute. That's it.
But that's a different point that I'm making. The idea, the culture is part of the reasons why we are where we are. When I talked about having the space, like the way we buy, the culture is the reason why our security is not in place, so that it will give us
Exactly. Yeah.
these things. So that cultural aspect is we are in this in agreement on that. But for me, where the difference is between your point and mine is that I feel like you have to have one stage first, then the next stage will be building on the previous stage.
Okay.
For a society to start conceptualizing, if bombs are falling next to you, how do you conceptualize when that is happening? You not create people like that. You need a
Okay.
space to do those things.
So you're
I
saying
get what
that,
you're saying, Niger, but culture is actually more important. And I'll give you an example, right? There's so many African scientists, but because we lack funding, guess what? We're not going to do the best research. However, I feel like mathematics, why do we still not have great mathematical discoveries? It's because there's just no culture around it. It's not expensive to do math research. You just need a computer and a pen and paper. But we don't have a culture. There's no think spaces like this, let's say, for the mathematicians to find other high level mathematicians and discuss ideas at the highest level.
I do have a potential reason for that.
Hang on.
Sorry. I do have a potential reason for that. I think potentially the reason for why you don't have this mathematical culture and stuff like that is because, one, if you are in a culture where you're basically living from hand to mouth, it's difficult to build a culture around it that allows for errors and space for people to just because most of these concepts lead to dead ends. And then one of them will emerge as something that actually useful in the society at the time. So if you have a culture where people are living from hand to mouth, a lot of people are having bad ideas. You don't have space for that. You don't have
right, Tinaja, and also wrong. And I'll say where you're right, and I think the point where we diverge. This point I'm making is directly related to why African billionaires only invest in consumer based commodities. Right? It's the same, it's a culture, right? So even if you are no longer hand to mouth, because you grew up in that culture, you're still stuck within the premises of that culture. There's fear that if you invest in something risky, you'll lose all your money. That's why Dangote is not going to invest in tech companies. He'll just invest in things he knows, right? That's part of
because
again,
he needs to get past this stage. He has to get the society needs to get past this stage. Let's say
Right.
Dangote succeeds now, and another one succeeds. Before you know it, people will start taking more risk. That's what I mean by when you are at this certain stage, you can't afford to take unnecessary risks.
But it's not that they can't afford. Because again, as I stated, it's a culture, meaning even the ones who can afford to take risks still won't because they're stuck within the confines.
Which ones can afford to take risks but they are not?
Say again.
Which ones can afford to?
I mean, Dangote is a perfect example. He can afford to take a risk, but he won't because of the culture that he's part of. He only invests in things that he knows he'll get the money back.
I think you see the thing is that one of the things Dangote said when he was being interviewed recently, he said that he diversifies where he puts his money because he knows
doesn't diversify, bro. As I just
let me
said.
explain to you now. Then because he
relax,
said,
relax, no crying. Just go ahead.
because he said that most of his that's because African countries they devalue their currencies, especially in the context of Nigeria. He said they devalue their currency, hence he has to put his money in dollars and different places. So it tells you that even the base of his culture, he sees that is dangerous to him. You see what I mean? So you have to allow for an environment that nurtures it before you can have the kind of risk
I want to
taking.
propose it. I agree with Keizo in terms of like yes, the traditionalism or the culture could have caused the lack of that impetus for us to kind of want to, you understand me? But then I also agree with Tunaja that Keizo, do you agree that colonialism may have kind of like held back or kind of curtail Africa's potential growth trajectorily, like could have kind of held back its trajectory? Colonialism, that point interrupted Africans' own agency in its own development.
Yeah, maybe.
I would say yes, bro. If the white man wouldn't have messed with y'all, what would life be like?
The point I was making wasn't like necessarily saying that it's colonialism that was to be blamed for why we don't have that aspect of our culture. It's just that we are at a stage now where we are in distress.
But tonight, cultures are not stagnant. Cultures are not stagnant.
And then the white man teach y'all their language which became part of y'all cultures.
cultures evolve over time as well, and they change, and sometimes traditions change. Even no matter slowly, they change as well, and all that stuff. And people say, but maybe I'm trying to find something to blame here or something like that. But to me, that seems like that interruption there, it removed us entirely of having any agency towards our own development. We just started looking at whatever Europeans do. That is what is the best way to do, and everything that we did was just stopped right there, and we just did. But this is our tradition. It's best to just look at what we
Because
Europeans
there
can
is a
do.
natural procedure to things. If you want to start leapfrogging other cultures, you have to have good reasons to do that. If you want to start conceptualizing and advancing more than people that have already done it, is actually very risky. If you fail, the consequences are quite dire. However, if you can copy and catch up faster, then you can worry about leapfrogging them, because maybe the consequences will not be that dire if you make a mistake. You see what I mean? If you look at like some of the stuff other countries have done, so many dead projects that they've got. If Nigeria goes and does that right now, they wouldn't even have food to eat anymore. So they are worth billions of billions of dollars, but
Yeah.
yet it's failed project completely.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, to Niger, the point I think I will concede, which Darth has made previously, and even someone else, I forgot his name, Tankybot, culture. Intellectualism, let me give an example, right? We are ego-based creatures, right? If I didn't have an outlet for me to be able to engage at the highest level or on certain topics or conversations, then I just won't go into the whole intellectualism. I'll just go in an internal, insular sort of mode. You need a culture to feedback on the game that you're playing. So Africans, we just only culture around music and stupid shit like that, right? That's the only game that we prioritize, which is unfortunate.
So, okay, now let's ask the question that is actually maybe actually more pertinent than all the stuff we said now. How do we create a culture where that is designed to leapfrog?
We have to tie money into it. That's it.
How do you tie money into leapfrogging cultures that are already
High level people like us have to create businesses and be willing to invest in new ideas in Africa.
You
Ultimately,
need volunteers, bro. Like, bro, the Black Panther used to give people food. They started like how we got
You need
ended
to,
up getting
you need
lunches
to
in school, bro. Like, you need to make your own programs by yourselves and do your own thing on the continent, teaching people that want to learn.
That's true.
we need to encourage channels like this, spaces like this, where we kind of reshape the atmosphere around Black people to be very entrepreneurial as well. Even if they don't, even if the person down the street doesn't even have the money to, but at least he's dreaming of one day creating something, creating the business as well. And for those who can do it, we need to create a culture around that. We need to create a culture of focused on innovation as well, and focus on innovation. We need to create a culture focused on amplifying individual curiosities or inquisitivity. We need to create a culture around that, and we can start that around here and all that stuff. It takes those little steps. But what I want to say is, Tonaja, I put the question earlier. Why is it that Africans didn't reverse engineer the gun, Tonaja? I mean, the Japanese people. Why didn't we
did reverse engineer the gun. However, by the time we started doing that, like the Benin Kingdom, they were actually manufacturing, not just reverse engineer, they were actually manufacturing it.
In which country tonight?
In the Benin Kingdom, come on. In the Benin Kingdom, they were doing it. Can I finish, man? It's because one guy didn't do it. You guys were fighting with spears. Just let me finish.
Hey, tonight, finish, please. No, Diddy. Tonight, please finish. No, Diddy.
Let me finish what I'm saying. So the Benin Kingdom was doing it. The issue, from what I gather, was that they didn't scale it up enough because they were really selling a lot of people as slaves. So if they had enough breadth and depth,
in simple terms, there was infighting in the Benin Kingdom that led.
Can you let me finish?
Go ahead.
Why are you getting so triggered by
Did they reverse engineer the gun?
manufacturers?
Why did they reserve? Was it for artistic, religious purposes, ceremonies?
No.
Or was it
No.
for
It was for war, and the difference also was that when the British came, they didn't come with your basic rifle anymore. They came with Gatling guns, and they came with cannons. They really upgraded their weapon by the time the Benin was able to manufacture similar guns.
Do you have?
So they were more advanced. Just
This is the
that's what
first time I've heard of that. This is the first time I've heard of that.
Oh,
But
a
go
good
on.
thing.
Hey, hold on, hold on.
Conversation.
Hey, who is this spellcaster nigga in the chat, bro? He just talking shit. I'm not New Era, bro. My name is Dante. New Era was a whole different person. You was a fuckboy that won't come up on the stage.
Yo, I've got a question for Niger, right? The Benin King. Do you have proof about the Benin Kingdom that made guns? Because I know
You
this
didn't
is
know
like Pan-African history.
Oh, you didn't know that? I didn't know you didn't know that. Yeah, they did. Let me see if I can find the evidence. Yeah.
You know, Nigerians also claim that Benin Kingdom had street lights and a great structure, but where's the evidence? Right? There's nothing left behind. So how do we know it was even there?
To be fair, I don't know. I will see if I can find the evidence. See, why is he laughing now? Yeah, look at the mask that I've got on here is made by the Benin Kingdom. So if you go to the Wanga
The only reason you think
anything like that.
That
See,
makes sense.
See, if they are sophisticated enough to make the kind of these statues there that you have here in the image, that's my profile listing. That should tell you something.
They had metallurgy.
The only reason historians think Benin Kingdom even exists is because of what the Portuguese wrote, right? And the English, the white man. Without whatever he wrote, there's no evidence this kingdom even existed, you know.
I want to see if I can find it so I can share it. But the point is that the point the question I originally asked about how we can leapfrog in terms of technologically. I think we never really we talked about entrepreneurship and all that, but that's not leapfrogging. That's just catching up to where people are. The idea of leapfrogging is going into technologies that we have no right to be talking about right now, like quantum technology, this thing, advanced AI, cutting edge AI. Because
the only evidence is Ike, a Nigerian prince from the Benin Kingdom. That's it. That's the only evidence you had that existed.
Ike was a hater. You've hurt Ike's feelings. You've hurt Ike's feelings right now because they did manufacture.
John Zola, show me where the Benin was. There's no such thing.
No. I think I've seen it actually. I've seen the picture of it before.
Show me. Show me the Benin.
I'm trying to find it now.
Exactly, you're trying to find it. If it existed,
there are even statues. Hold on now. I will try to find it.
Find it, right? But let's use basic logic here.
There was somebody that wrote about this.
Yeah, Tinaja, if it's a world wonder like Jan Zola says, and you're trying to find it, you wouldn't have to be trying to find it. I can show you the Wanga walls. There's no Benin walls.
So what I was thinking tonight.
Okay, let me read this now. Benin Kingdom. I think they said something about it. They talk about manufacturing light firearms. Come on now. This one is even on there. It's on Wikipedia now. Let me read now. Don't cry. You know something Wangas have not done. Kezo almost tries to cry about it. He says the efforts were made to reorganize a local guild of blacksmiths in the 18th century to manufacture firearms, but dependence on imports was still heavy. Before the coming of the guns, guildsmiths were charged with war production, particularly swords, and this in addition to crossbows, formed a specialized unit of. Hold on now. They said before that. So my point was that a historian has actually done this, and he actually presented evidence of the work that they did. So it's not like I'm not seeing an image of this weapon. I've seen it. So I just need to pull that one out. So you look at what they said. Century, they talked about guilds were used to try to manufacture light firearms, and that is true. The idea that they didn't manufacture is wrong. They did.
Tinaja, show me a source. That's Wikipedia, right? That was written by.
I'm trying to find it now. I will find it.
African. Find me the source.
Kaizo, can I quickly tell you something about the firearms thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
So here's the thing. Let's analyze the history of the so-called firearm, right? Um, the Chinese had gunpowder, and that's why I always tell people, and me and you clash over this, and I don't know why we clash over it, because I don't know why you haven't made the actual conclusion there. You're a very logical guy. The orientation to reality is what matters. The European had the sword; they didn't have the firearm. The Chinese had the gunpowder. The question then becomes, the Chinese not only had the gunpowder, they had the military might and the admiralty, the navy, right, might to take over the entire world. They had sailed Africa, they had sailed the Americas. Zhang He, who was a Muslim admiral in the Chinese empire, one of the dynasties, he had sailed, the world. He was doing business with the Africans, engaging with the Africans, brought giraffes over to China. So the question then becomes, China had all the tools at their disposal to literally create firearms because they had gunpowder and to take over the world. The question is, why didn't they? And for me, and I'll let you answer, but my answer is it's the orientation to reality. The language, as I've been shouting, is also a technology. When you hear the word firearm, when you hear some of the language that's being used in Europe at the time, you understand that their elite have created a society and a system in place in which they are using to extract and take power by any means necessary. And that was something that was unheard of in the old world system. Like if you read a guy like one of the renowned historians, Emmanuel Wallerstein, he writes a great series of books called World Systems, right? And he analyzes the European world system and how it came to take over, and dominate the globe. So I'm saying all that to say, Kaizo, that a lot of times we're, pause hard on ourselves as Africans, but I think we need to ask ourselves, what did we miss in terms of updating our language and our technologies in terms of being able to compete with the Mizungu? So I'll stop talking. I wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
But yeah, I mean, I generally think you're right there, right? I mean, I think us and Chinese have some similarities.
I've shared one of the links, and that one is not even the gun I've seen before. But there's another one again, another type of gun. They were manufacturing guns. I'm telling you.
Wait, can Kaizo tonight, if you don't mind? I know you shared it. Can Kaizo? I want to hear what Kaizo.
Yeah, so actually,
about orientation to reality, because we often assume that we're just lazy and we were dusty, but literally the Chinese had paper currency. They had pills, literally the pills that we take in pill form.
They learned everything Europeans learned.
They had gunpowder, but they were using gunpowder to scare away ghosts. They weren't using it to shoot and kill people. So again, the question is the orientation to reality. What was going on in the mind of a Leonardo da Vinci as opposed to a Chinese Confucius when they're looking at the world and their worldview? So I want you to comment on that orientation to reality.
Right. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, the European is a staunch materialist. Fighting for survival, whereby
the European is good at war. He's beaten everybody at war so far. And who he hadn't beat at war, he got to make treaties with.
Yeah, that is not true. They were colonized first. You can argue that
the Romans
from Africa. No. The Romans then
Romans, white people.
The Moors. The Moors got into Europe to conquer.
Can Kaizo respond? I really didn't hear Kaizo's response. I mean, I get it. The Europeans are good at war. I get that. I want to hear Kaizo's approach to the orientation to reality. Are we inherent or intrinsically, quote unquote, dusty and backward when other civilizations they didn't have that orientation to reality?
You're also willing to do what it takes to win.
You said
you're willing to do certain things to take what it takes to do it. What it takes
hold
to
on,
win.
Go ahead, Kaizo.
Yeah, I mean, okay, ultimately, right? Europeans, right, are a staunch materialist, right? Because of the environment, they developed a preference for materials. They think materials matter the most. Africans don't have the same concept of materials, right? We don't even understand how to add value to a material because materials don't have intrinsic value for us, because of abundance and oneness with nature. And I think generally indigenous tribes have this sort of mentality. Now, Chinese are in the middle somewhere. They understand materials, but they also understand how to exist. You know, you have all these sort of concepts that came from, from India and China, like Buddhism and certain concepts like that, right? These are seeking oneness, right? Understanding the flow of matter from one state to the next. So they're not heavily they're not heavily sort of caught in a temporal frame of materialism. So ultimately, I think something like China. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No,
Something
I was
like
going to say, I'm glad you said that in terms of their materialism. That's why I've accused many Africans of actually being Marxist without realizing it. But it's interesting. You said that they've always been materialists, and I've always, me and you, we had that conversation a while ago where I told you, I said, the Roman Empire was in West Africa, right? A lot of Africans had no idea.
Right.
They stretched into West Africa, but I don't consider Rome an extension of Europe, but I don't want to get into that rabbit hole yet.
No, it's not. Rome is not Europe, right? Rome is something else.
But I disagree with the idea that they've always been materialists, because when you look at the ancient Druid culture, when you look at the Celtics, when you look at their culture,
right,
and
but Celtics are not European. Hang on.
Granted, but they try to fall under the fold, right? If you tell an Irishman, it's ironic, right? An Irishman, they celebrate.
Hang on. If you use the Irishmen, right, and the Celts, these are not Europeans, and these are the so-called dusty tribes. It's the Germanic tribes who conquered.
But they are European now. What kind of
It's not.
term is that?
But they are white people at the end of the day, right? Wrong, true first, they're white
They
people.
are Europeans.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, I know. Tonight just
They
a
may not be
material.
British, but they are Europeans.
Tonight, me and Kaizo are trying to do a real deep build, and I wanted to be on the air. So Kaizo, let's just say they are quote unquote Europeans, right? I'm trying to say
debating whether somebody was European or not now. Is that where we are now? Gas them out. Stop trying to come and distract us. Gas them out.
It has nothing to do with you. Let it be. You don't agree with me.
Something different. You are just taking us into a rabbit hole now.
I'm talking to Kaizo. Let me build with Kaizo. Holy shit, bro. You don't agree.
About something else. You just come and start
I'm gonna
taking us into a different direction.
Get into your fucking thing that you were doing, Kaizo. Like I was saying, let's agree for a second. Listen. It's over your fucking head, and I get it, Kaizo. Listen. Let's say that they are Europeans, right? Because remember, you have the Gauls and all these other people in what the Romans called Hispania, the land of rabbits, right, and all this other stuff. Okay. And remember, the Romans called the Western Europeans the barbarians. Okay. So what I'm saying is that they were not always a materialist people. What transpired in Europe that changed these people from who, if you read, for example, from peasants to Frenchmen, right, you can hear how they called themselves these barbarians, even called themselves Moorish in a certain way. What changed these people? My position is that it was hold on, brother. Let me talk to Kaizo. It was elite discourse. When you read a guy like Foucault, when he talks about the order of things, when you read his work on the history of Europe and the transition from ars erotica to ars scientifica, right? The idea of using the scientific gaze, where human beings now become reduced to statistics and numbers and all these other things, where you take advanced principles of mathematics and apply them to human existence. I think that's what makes Europeans staunch materialists. But I wanted to hear your thoughts on that, Kaizo.
Okay, so okay. I think fine. I want to remove the Druids because, as I said, the Irish and the Scottish actually were dusty until the European Union was formed and they were given money to develop their countries. So they never actually succeeded. They were colonized by the English and controlled by the English, who are just Germanic and French bastards, right? So so to answer your question, right, I still do think
they succeeded in America and became white people, and that's one reason why they hated us.
Right. So exactly right. So in Europe, right, I agree with you. They perhaps didn't have a culture around staunch materialism. However, I still think they were heavily materialistic just for the nature of them to having survived. If you didn't have a animal hide in winter, you would die out of the cold. So they still kind of prioritize that, right? Even the advancement of the.
But what about the Eskimos? Right? If we take that analysis, then I think we miss out, because you have Eskimos and Inuit who are in more extreme cold weather, and they don't have.
Gas them up.
So wait, hold on. Talking to Kaiser quickly, if you don't mind. Kaiser, so what I'm trying to say is, again, I'm pushing you towards Foucault. Read that guy. He's problematic in his personal life, but read his work, because Kaiser, I'm telling you, understanding of what transpired in the mind of the elite Europeans and the discourse that they used to create a standard for the rest of the Europeans to follow.
Yeah, so gas. I'm not even against that, right? Like I get it, right? They started writing books. It was very like purposeful shaping of their people. I get all that, but I still see a qualitative difference in materialism between them and us. I still think that at some level, we just don't have that in materialism embedded in us the way that they do. For example, when the Roman Empire invaded the Germanic tribes, the Germanic tribes actually put their differences aside and forced themselves into one tribe so that they could fight back, and then they escaped into the British Isles, and then they created their own little cultures, etc. We didn't respond like that ever, right? This is even before like the writings and all of that about culture and everything. They still became a nation. Meanwhile, we never became a nation. Like Ethiopia is the closest country I can think of.
But think about what you just said. You just answered it. You pinpointed. You said Ethiopia. Remember what colonized. You see, this is what African history. We don't understand European history. Europe, as it is today, Western Europe, allegedly Western Europe, is a product of Christian colonialism, Roman expansion, right? And so the amalgamation or the universalism that we're describing is only as a result of their interaction with Christianity. That's why people say, oh, come to find out, Christianity has merged pagan religions or pagan festivals that the ancient Europeans were doing. Syncretism has always happened. So what I'm saying to you is this, is that Ethiopia too, Christian, right? They were able to unify under that concept of universalism of Christianity. So what does that tell you? That tells you that.
Black, though. Romans is white. There's a difference, though.
I get it. I don't need these rabbit holes. But Kaiser, look at this. The point I'm trying to show you, Kaiser, is that the Christians in Europe, the Roman Catholicism system, was able to learn how do you turn people who are pagan into a monolithic, the type of formation that you're talking about today. They had enough practice with the European Germanic people that were, disparate, that kind of resembled, like I said, Druid, Celtic culture. It resembled what we would call animism practices today. They learned how to subdue a people through doing it to their own Europeans. So when they encountered us in Africa, they were already well prepared. That's why their popes were giving them superior instruction on how to thoroughly colonize us. They did it to their own people first, under the guise and banner of Christianity. Because remember, Christianity is not something that's intrinsic to European existence. That's why Irish people today celebrate St. Patrick, but St. Patrick was killing the original Irish. So you can see the mentality of how Christianity is actually successfully. It's no different than Nigerians saying, in the name of Jesus, I curse you, my traditional ancestors. They're using Jesus to curse who their ancestors were.
Okay.
The Irish are doing the same thing today.
Let me just explain some of this stuff he's been going on about. You see, Christian faith, if you are using the Christian faith, when the Moors went into Europe, one of the ways they were able to rally around and kick the Moors out was using the Christian faith. And you are correct to say that the Christian faith basically colonized Europe, but it was their religion. It didn't belong to other people. That's the difference between them and us. And let me finish what I'm saying, please. By the
How?
time,
No, but tell
can
me
I?
how was it with religion? Tell me, I'm listening, but tell me how it was their religion when Christianity
Was
originates.
their religion because they controlled it from Rome and later
But
on from
Rome,
England.
They
but
just
Rome is not
organized
the
the
same
religion. They
time.
didn't. It
Let me,
wasn't their religion.
can I finish what I'm
No need to
saying?
argue. No need to argue. Gas them up. Calm down. No need to argue. Gas
Can
them up.
I
Calm
finish
down.
my point? The core of the religion was in the Vatican City, and the second core was in England, where the King James, if I'm not mistaken,
No,
was the
that's
one
false.
that took it.
No, it
Hold
was
on, let
not
me
in the
finish my
Vatican City.
point now. Let me finish
Gas
my
them up.
point.
Let him finish his point. Yeah.
When the Church of England was created to break away from that of the Romans, and guess what? They went on to rule the world even greater than what the Roman Catholic was able to do. So, in other words, they control their religion. When they put the picture of Christ, they use their own image as that. But we don't. We allow them to project the faith into us. There's a difference with our approach to things. And besides, when Christianity went to the Germanic tribes and tried to conquer them, they were like each other, and the technological gap
I
wasn't
want to
as
ask
big.
Gas them up.
So it's easy for them. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. It's easy for them to band together to fight another tribe that looks European, like them, and they were like each other. But when they came to Africa, the gap in technology was very great, so they can easily brainwash people to do what they want. And before we knew what was happening, it was too late. That said,
Have you heard of
let
Roman
me finish my point. You've spent how many minutes going on? Let me just finish what I'm saying. That said, when they started coming into Africa, basically the Christianity they brought to us recently, it's come to my attention that it was basically a kind of a hand down, really, a way of life ideology that they brought into Africa with their Christianity, while they themselves have moved on from it. They moved on to what is described as modern scientific method. They had a period of enlightenment where you have people like Kant and Hume and all the philosophers and Machiavelli, all of them shaping the new narrative of the way the world that is going to come after that. That was around 15th century. And that was the same time they were coming into Africa. They were selling us the religion while they were moving away from it.
Yeah. Let me ask that before Gas them up comes. So Gas them up. You initially you added why did the Chinese as well kind of had everything to conquer the world, but they stopped as well. So I tend to say the Chinese had a long period of continuity as well, long period of plenty. They had the world at their feet, and they went back and shut themselves in the world and said, "What, we don't need anything else from the world. We are the Middle Kingdom. The world will come to us." They even built a wall around themselves. Obviously, we know that's for the Mongols and all that stuff, but they built a wall there. That's significant. You know what I mean? Even they quote it today as to we must break down the walls and expand into the world. So they had a long period of plenty and continuity after many years of warfare as well that led them to that development. So in Europe and the Eskimos, you give an example. The Eskimos, I tend to say circumstance also plays a role into this. Environment plays a role, but circumstance will create the difference between the Eskimos and the Europeans. Europeans, they were locked into a high competition for that tiny space in Europe. High competition for that tiny space in Europe, and in a highly competitive environment for space and land, results have to be met in real time. Results have to be met in real time. Results have to be produced in real time. So it's not like the Eskimos where they had a lot of space to just keep rolling around from Canada to Russia and all that kind of stuff. You understand? In Europe, it's a different case. The results have to be seen in that tiny, highly dense, competitive environment. So I think that could have something to do with it. But I want to know how does Christianity, how did Christianity create an ethos of materialism within Europeans? Because you're relating it to Christianity. How does Christianity do that?
Yes. So one, like I said, the mistake that we make is we make assumptions without properly understanding European history. If we know the true origins of Christianity, Kaizo mentioned Ethiopia. The original patriarchs of Christianity were not in Rome. The Roman the movement of so-called Rome, or Rome becoming the bedrock or the foundation of Christianity, that was a political movement. The original patriarchs were in what we call Constantinople, Anatolia, or Turkey today. and then some of the fathers were in Egypt, where you have the Egyptian, and then of course in Ethiopia. So it wasn't concentrated in Rome. But what happens is, and you mentioned the difference with the Eskimos. There is, and that's why Foucault is so important in terms of understanding European history, because what he shows is that the European elite were creating social structures or superstructures that guided behavior from discourse to discipline. That's why you hear the term, one of his best books is called Discipline and Punish, right? And so you ask yourself, the idea of a dog eat dog world, where does that phrase come from, right? When you think about the idea of charging interest, right? In the Bible, it's forbidden to charge interest, just like in the Torah, just like in the Quran. But then the European elite say usury is no longer the definition of charging interest. Usury is now the definition of charging extra or excessive interest. So their modification. No, I'm answering you. So there are modifications in their society that create the European that was sent out and unleashed onto the world. When the natives saw Columbus, they said, why is he so gold hungry? Why is he so obsessed with gold? That was because, remember, when people say gold is money, the Africans were using cowries. In Polynesia, they were using big stones. Some were using seashells. So this idea that gold is money is fictitious, right? But when the European is in a society where their rules and their structures are set up that way, they become these dog eat dog people. They become these excessive materialist people that are now unleashed upon the world. And we had never seen such people. That's why every people that encountered them said they are the strangest people ever, not necessarily because of their color, but because of their ways, their approach to life.
Gas them up. The Eskimos did not face the same developmental pressure points that the Europeans face, or circumstantial pressure points that Europeans face. So that could have been a difference between why the Eskimos didn't become like European. And I do potentially say, I could say, yes, because that Vatican and that Catholicism created an elite in Europe as well. It created an elite combined with the pressure points. So you will have the elite engage in a deep dog eat dog world. You will see that they might potentially.
So what is the difference between those elites
they might
that you
potentially
describe? What is the difference between those elites that you describe and other elites in the world? I don't want to waste my time listening to garbage here. You have to be precise. What is the difference between those elites in terms of valuing resources and like the Chinese elites or versus African elites or Indian elites? What is the difference?
Okay, so the answer is very clear. Once again, you had elements or attempts, like the Indians had a caste system. The Moors were the ones who built the first plantations, right? The sugar plantations. So
they were in the UK too.
Oh my God, Tunaja, I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. You're asking what. Once again, there is, for example, and I told this to Kaizo, people don't understand there's a difference between the Roman Empire and the Holy Roman Empire. They're not the same thing and they're nowhere near related. Charlemagne creates the Holy Roman Empire as a political move. He and the Pope have an agreement for expansion. So that is what creates the Holy Roman Empire. The Roman Empire cannot be holy pre the Council of Nicaea, because why? The Romans did not believe in Christianity.
Hold on. So, are you telling me that these Christians created the idea of expansion when the Roman Empire conquered quite a lot of the known world?
I didn't say that. Okay, I think you're not. What I just said.
No, because we have to be coherent here when we are making claims like
very
this.
Coherent, but I don't know if you're taking what I'm saying and you're just you can Google this. Once again, there is a difference, because I'm going to address the other point. There's a difference, and everybody can Google this and research it themselves. And this is not me talking. This is Harold J. Berman. Google his name. He is the foremost respected Harvard historian on the legal system, and his work identifies the origin of the Western legal system to the
I'm not
church.
disputing
But
his reputation. I'm just saying
but
that the way you are
no, no,
analyzing it is not very it's not very clear to me.
okay,
How can you say the Christianity were the ones that had an expansive this
I'm
thing? But
answering.
others did.
Niger, let me get to it. I'm making sure everybody understands, because that's what causes the confusion. First, before I answer the question, that everyone should at least understand that the Holy Roman Empire of Charlemagne has nothing to do, and that's a European construction, has nothing to do with the Roman Empire pre the Council of Nicaea. They're nothing in even after the Council of Nicaea, they're not together in any way. There's no connection. Now, to answer your question, when you listen or if you read Harold J. Berman's work, you will see, and that's why I said, Doth, you were saying about the Eskimo and their society. 100% agree with you. What the Germanic Christian convert brought with them when they embraced Christianity and they took on the approach of the founding fathers the Christian fathers, is that the Christianity brought a pastoral form of control, what Foucault would call the not damn it, what's the name in Discipline and Punish, the panopticon. There was this panoptic control, right? It's called the panopticon. And so now that's why the Inquisition, that's why in church, during that time in Europe, if you didn't go to confession, they could burn you as a heretic. That's why you see Martin Luther and the church splitting up, because of that control. Where did they learn the effective, not the attempt to control, but the effective forms of controlling human beings? They took this from the church and the church model, and that's what they appropriated in the West, in the origin of the Western state. That's why you can read a great book called Sacralizing the Secular, or Secularizing the Sacral. I can't remember. Sacralizing the Secular. It talks about how the Western state, all their modes of apparatus of social control, they get from the church. They're taking these ideas of control from church fathers and church doctrine. That was missing. So that's why I'm telling you guys, when they did this, these forms of control, they applied it to their own pagan people first. That's why if you look at pictures of the Vikings, they have long hair. Now when the Europeans,
understand this, but what makes it unique? What makes it unique?
I get that.
Last sentence, please.
We're just telling us the story of Christianity now. We're putting ways forward.
Last sentence, please. I know. Wait, just listen to the last sentence, please. That is why when you look at pictures of the Vikings, they have long hair. But the men who came in there, let me finish. Holy shit, Tunija, listen.
You don't have to tell us the history.
Oh my
don't you know how
God,
to
let me
discuss in an intelligent way? Just distill the idea to why are you telling us this?
Absorb it first. Just listen, bro. You got the problem, bro. Listen. You gotta listen. This ain't fast.
It's too long.
Okay,
I can't follow you. You cannot distill it down.
You gotta process it. You gotta process it. Please, process is gonna help you.
You're telling us about
That is why.
and all kinds of stuff.
Listen.
Why are you
Oh my freaking God. Listen, dude. Slow down. You're gonna kill yourself. That's why we fucking lose. Because niggas like you. Listen. Once again. Listen, dude. Just listen. I read this. I have a fucking thesis on this.
I know you have read it. Do better than you are doing right now.
Listen, please. I'm not
Learn
gonna brag.
how
Just
to
listen.
distill your ideas.
Just listen. Just listen. Listen. That's all you got to do. Once again, that is why when you look at images of Celtics, of Vikings, they have long flowing hair, and the men who came to colonize us in their uniforms are of a military discipline. Their hair cut, they move in a precise. They were conditioned by elites and systems that they learned from the church. That is why when we Africans, when the Polynesians, when everybody encountered these Europeans like Lugard, they were confused. What type of human being are you? Why do you act this way? Why is everything all about the clock? Why are you following all these things? That is the problem. You don't study real European history, and I'll stop talking.
Okay, you see, I don't have any. Yeah, this is that. Wait, I don't have any issue with you trying to make a point. But when you start discussing European history as just the basic point, then you are not conveying any message. If you are trying to say that because of the Christian faith, they became more regimentized or the more militaristic or more expansive, then you have to compare it to the original empires that emerged from Europe before that. The Greek Empire was one of the largest one. The Roman Empire was one of the biggest one before they converted to Christianity. So why do you think just because Christianity emerged at a time when gunpowder had arrived, people had the ability to travel around the world, makes them any more unique? It didn't make them any more unique.
I can answer you, but you are
appeared on the stage.
Gas them up. Let me phrase
I
the
can
question,
answer
the same
you.
question in a different way.
Wait,
Let me take my
I
framing of the question.
Okay.
Let me take my framing of the question, right? So you are alluding to Christianity being the cause of the European ethos of materialism, and I'm saying, isn't it more circumstance, like European circumstance of competition, a dog eat or dog world? Isn't that what caused them to develop that ethos? And you're saying it's Christianity. So how does learning control, maybe they overlap at all? How does learning control equate into having a scientific material view into life? Material view.
Because
life.
I'm gonna answer both of you. I'll answer both of you. First and foremost, majority of what we call a scientific overview of life actually comes from religion. A lot of their religious scholars were Jesuits. They were in the monasteries.
But even prior to that, Islam and the Moors and stuff too as well.
Okay, but hold on, listen, gentlemen. Most of their top mathematicians and who gave them breakthroughs in science were actually Jesuits. A lot of their early scientists were deep-rooted Christians. Not only that, even I'll give you another example. Robert Hooke, who discovered the cell, he was a contemporary of Newton. He called it the cell after the Latin word cella, for where the monks stayed in their monastery. These were people who were deeply embedded in Christian ideology, in Marianism. Right, the worship of the Virgin Mary. So my point is, tonight is asking. Let me answer. Let me answer you. Can I answer? Oh my God, dude, let me answer you. You just asked me what is the difference between the Greek and the Roman expansionary mentality and the Germanic European expansion. And I'm saying to you, the key difference is the tools of colonizing, the tools of control were really restructured, reshaping, and strengthened to a you didn't see. For example, in Rome, I said this many times, the idea when we think of a Roman is some white guy in a toga, but the reality is the largest the largest cities outside of Rome, right, in Italy, was in Turkey and in Egypt. And there were more Roman citizens there than there was in the Roman Peninsula, right? So what does that tell you? That Rome was actually a multicultural society. Rome even entered and they had posts and citizens in West Africa. I sent this to Kaizo. He can confirm it. I proved this to him. So my point is, the difference is that now, the Romans did not have a racial discourse in terms of separating human beings into ratios where you get race. The Romans did not have a concept of chattel slavery like the Europeans do. Where are the Europeans, the Germanic Europeans getting this from? They're getting these things from things like animal husbandry, which they get from the Bible. They learn how to mix human beings as they learn how to mix different vegetables and different animals to make different things that we see today. I'm trying to tell you, gentlemen, that what we encountered from the Germanic European comes from their interaction with Christian expansion and Christian control of their society, which helped them eradicate and control their pagans. And that was the first form of syncretism that we see on a religious scale. That's why they'll tell you, oh, Christmas is a pagan holiday. Of course. So when they encountered Africans, when they encountered Polynesians, when they encountered other groups of people who were similar to these pagans, they had the most effective tools to subdue us, not only physically, but psychologically, because they had already did it to their own people. They had already mastered the game on their own people.
I understand what you
that
are
makes
saying
sense to me,
on
honestly.
that front. I understand what you are saying on that front. But the relevance of it to the reasons why they conquered the world, at the core of it, is because they are more advanced than the other groups. The Romans, when they spread around the world, granted that they didn't spread their religion as a way of colonizing a people. They had a different method, like every other empire does. Even American
Like a
empire
subversive
has,
method, I would
yeah.
say.
Even the American empire has a different method. For every empire has their own this in way that they conquer a group of people. So I'm not so sure that is necessarily unique in their. I guess it's unique to the British or the European initial expansion, but every major empire has a different way of doing things. The British are different, even if they are linked to the this in the American empire, but they are actually different in their approach of this in exerting their power. The point is that when you are more technologically advanced, economically more advanced, you tend to impose yourself one way or the other on the other groups. That is why I have an issue
China
with
proved you wrong.
Hold on.
Hold on, dog.
think
Hold
if,
on. I can't say that. But dog, wait, listen. He just said what he said, but China proves him wrong. China was the
China,
most technologically advanced. They could have kicked
yes,
everyone's ass. They didn't do it. It's the
yeah,
orientation to reality. Their worldview was different.
no,
Their elite did not give them a discourse that allowed them to control people
I
psychologically.
hear what you are saying.
When
I'm not
you say, hold
disagreeing
on,
with that.
Tanaja,
I'm not
when
disagreeing
you
with
say,
that.
hold on,
You
when
use
you
too
say
many
the Romans,
words.
when you say the Romans, right? When you say the Romans had you're trying to universalize it to make it say, oh, we're all humans. This is what human beings do. That's actually false. The Romans, here's the problem. A black person could have become emperor in Roman society. They were black Roman emperors. A black person could have had white slaves in Roman society. What I'm saying to you is that
But
as
you're not
problematic
letting
as
me
Roman,
get to the point. You just jumped in. You didn't
no,
even
but
let me get to
you
the
asked,
point
no,
that
but
you
you
are
said a
making now.
statement. No, but you said a
So I
statement.
made
You
a
said,
statement. I said this
I
is
want
what
to
all.
address it.
See,
You said,
hold on. All you needed to say was based on the environment. That was the earlier point that made. That was trying to insinuate that the environment that you are in also affects the way you
your
approach.
circumstance, not just the
Exactly.
environment, your circumstance.
That's
Because
all you needed to say.
let me explain it.
That's the moment
Because
you use too much words unnecessarily.
hold on, Tonaja, because like you were saying, the Eskimos, people can have the same environment, but their circumstances could be different. Like Europeans, the gunpowder came into their hands at the right time, and they came into when they were at the state of warring European states, warring for space. They were really fighting hard, so they developed that technology of killing people to the way, and many other technologies as well to traverse the world. So the circumstance around them was different from the Eskimos that were just bobsledding around the. You understand? But I get what that Gas them up is saying. Because his
I
dog,
point is
get
coming from.
what he's saying.
Hold
The point is too many
on.
words.
Hold on. His point is coming from
Can I spend 1
Christianity
hour
and
listening to
Islam
one
being
simple concept?
his point is coming Christianity and Islam being both expansionist type of region. And tonight you're coming from, but they were other expansionist kind of empires and cultures before Christianity and Islam. But I also agree with that's the mob, say looking at the ethos of these type of people, the Buddhist type of people and the Chinese Confucius. There's something that the ethos about them is different from the Europeans. And I think we gas them up. I agree with him. Yes, Christianity and Islam are expansionist region, but it took more than just that for them to want to conquer us. They had the means to.
I hear
They had
exactly
the
what you
means
are
to.
saying. See, let me explain this. I hear exactly what you're saying. When people say
It's
this stuff,
both.
it's as if I don't understand. I understand perfectly. It's just that sometimes I just feel getting impatient. People don't use words quickly enough. Like when you said that they are different from the Eastern people. It's true. If you look at the Judaism, Hinduism, and all the other religions, they are not that expansive. They are not crusading to expand. But Christianity was one of the first to start expanding. And if you look at Islam is even more strategically designed to expand. So you can see the patterns change. People learn, the different religions learn from each other and use it in a more expansive way. So that you can see the pattern. And my point is that in the end, it's about control, and the people that are controlling this religion often use it to control other people. It's quite interesting because it's just an ideology in the end, isn't it? When Europeans were bringing that stuff into Africa, I describe it now like the way they sell us fairly used cars. They know this is inferior already. Because they are the best of their best in their society were already proposing different methods of perceiving reality. They know this is not very good for us, and they sold it to us. And then while they were changing their own methods of perceiving the world, and
It's
during that
interesting.
15th century when they arrived here, look at the advancement they've made since then. We
It's
are now talking
interesting.
from other parts of the world where
It's interesting. You can have
we are
the
in different parts of the
ideology.
world.
You can have the ideology, but not the means. And you can have the means, but not for the Chinese. They had the means, but not the right type of ideology for expansion. Europeans had the ideology and the means, but if they lacked the means, Christianity wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Why did they get
Exactly.
those means?
You see, that is a very, very good point. You see how you put it? That is how I expect Gazemont to be putting it.
Listen, listen. Here's the problem. Again, this is why I'm saying it's tough to debate with Two Niger, especially because Two Niger's approach is a very, very. He has a typical Nigerian school guy approach, and he learned it from the Europeans. I don't say things that are my opinion.
Maybe if you
I
spend
say,
less time talking, maybe
listen,
we'll get more ideas faster.
Niger, Gas is well read on Europeans criticizing Europe. Every argument that I make is not original to me. It comes from Europeans who have wrote criticisms
agree with
about
you. I'm
their
not
own
disputing your
European
sources.
history.
I just expect you to have distilled them into your mind by now and have a way of
My
conveying it.
mind, I don't distill it in my mind because I'm an Isoko Ijo man. I don't put it in my mind. I use them against themselves. But let's unpack something, and I'll let you guys go. Dot, you said Islam is expansionist, which I agree to a large degree. But the key difference between Christianity or Roman Catholicism, right? What does Catholic mean? It means universal, right? That's what it means. It means that they're coming. It's like they're the Borgs. Resistance is futile. They're coming to your land and they're telling you, you must be a Christian, you must adopt our values, or resistance is futile. The difference between the expansion of Christianity and the expansion of Islam is, remember, the Christians eventually, the Germanic Christians eventually come up with the novel concept called separation of church and state. Because in the old days, the king, as King Louis would say, "L'état-moi," I am the state. And then there's a great book you can read called Cantorowitz. He calls it The King's Two Bodies, which shows the origin of the bifurcation of the king, or the crown as we see it today, being separate from the realm. And these are all created. You can read a guy called Zygmunt Bauman, called Jurists and Interpreters, Legislators and Interpreters, I believe. And he gives a great work on how the state of Europe is created by legislators. And these are written by men like Edward Koch. These are written by men like the guy who wrote the book on the Leviathan. I forgot his name.
Tell me what is the relevance of you quoting all these people?
The relevance is to
for
show
reference.
that the
No,
relevance.
but we are not doubting you. So why are you quoting them? There is no real
But
need.
it's still good. It's still good for research. I mean, people can
understand
do independent research.
I understand for people that like to read, but I
the
rather
relevance-
worry. I don't worry too much about reading.
the
I worry
relevance-
too much about getting the idea, and because
And
I
that's
believe the
why
idea
you're
is
materialist. That's why I told
because
you,
I've already read it. You can't keep reading the same thing over and over again.
That's why I call you a Marxist. But let me get to my point. The relevance is very simple.
You also got to explain the difference between Islam. You was getting to that point and you kind of got cut off.
That's what I'm saying. The relevance is that in the European system, they are taught, their elite give them a discourse, a tool, a frame of reference on how to subdue people, not just physically, but psychologically. In Islam has a difficulty in doing that because there is no separation of church and state. There is a maintenance of certain things that are haram. And in the Germanic Europeans,
Islam, hold on. Did you just say Islam doesn't have a way of brainwashing people?
No, he said that they don't have a way of separating the state from, I guess, their
church and state.
Yeah, but I
Once
already
again,
said that earlier on. That is not new. We already knew that.
That's the mob. Did you say Islam
I
struggles
don't
to
know why we are repeating
psychologically
ourselves. This is not going anywhere. We are
I
just repeating ourselves.
I said that the European, having learned how to subdue pagan people from their own existence, their own backyard, have a tool of psychological warfare in addition to technology, in addition to control of the seas. These are the things that they have at their disposal. So when they encounter other pagan people, they are easier to control. As opposed, let me land.
I'm not disputing what you are
God damn, let me
saying.
say the last
But it's
sentence.
like,
Let me
see,
say
hold on. It's like going back to elementary school. That's what you are doing here. Why are you telling us as if I don't know that they brainwash people? Why do you think we are talking about ideologies all the time? What do you think the socialist system is all about? What do you think the Renaissance is all about? We all know about these things. Why are you taking us back to this elementary? We know they have tools to brainwash people. We can see them in Africa right now. How is that confusing for you? Can you just tell us the reason how it relates to what we are discussing today in terms of actually getting us from where we are right now to where we need to be? Are you
I mean,
saying
listen, it might be
no
elementary for you,
ideology?
but for the majority of our people, like it's not elementary. Like people actually believe in these gods,
hold on,
and we don't really study the history of why the things they,
I
how.
understand that you don't know that, but for me, it's frustrating because I was having another conversation that I believe was going somewhere, because we can't just keep going back every single time as if most of the viewers don't know about all these things already. We all know about these things, except it's new to that, or it's new to Keizo, or it's new to me, or it's new to this thing that gas them up. I don't know about you, Dante. I'm surprised that you are not aware of the fact that
No, this is not Dante. This is Ja.
Is it Dante?
No, this is not Dante, bro. No,
Oh,
he's
Ja.
not, bro.
Are
Yeah,
you are you trying to tell me?
No,
I'm
I
not aware?
understand, but I
Hold
actually
on.
like the historical references that he's giving us.
Yeah, but I'm not here for historical
At the same
lessons.
time,
I'm
this is
here
an
to
open platform. This is not just us talking, but it's people
Wait,
listening
why
as
are you
well.
muting me, guys? Why are you muting me? I hope that's not
I'm the one
Kaizo.
muting you. I'm here to discuss solutions. I'm not here to
Nah,
discuss
but you can't mute
history.
me. Come on, man. This is bullshit. Kaizo, how did you give him
No, because you
control?
keep shouting me down.
John, you cannot let him. You can't. This is not. This is everybody.
I don't have no control. That's why I don't have no control, bro.
If that's the case, then I'm gonna leave. If you're gonna have the ability to mute me, no, because you're not
Because
gonna
you are
have a fair
shouting everybody
discussion.
down. This is why
No,
one man
because
throws you
you're not
out all
having a
the
fair
time.
discussion.
Don't
You
let
want to
people
talk?
talk.
I'll leave. I'll leave. No,
Don't let
I'll
people
leave.
talk.
Tunaja, allow him to finish his point, and then you can.
You can leave. I'm barely on this channel. When I come, he just keeps shouting people down constantly. That is rude.
Yeah, but at the same time, Tunaja, you keep cutting him off. If you want to engage his points, just write it down, and then when he's finished with his points, then engage
Stop
it.
with your silly bias. I'm not ready to.
It's not a bias, bro. But you
I know you are biased. You
nah,
just
it's
feel like
not bias, bro.
no, you are. I'm not here to waste time.
You just muted me too. That's crazy.
I muted you too because if you want to leave, you leave. I don't want to waste my time here. It's ridiculous. You guys are just being ridiculous. I don't have time. I barely am here. And if I'm trying to have conversations, I really want to, because I will be having conversation with Nigeria.